everyone. Thank you for being with us again. My name is Erin Papaleo. I'm the Project Management Coordinator with Care Compass Network, and we wanted to welcome you to DBT Session 3, Being Your Best Self. This DBT Level 2 3-part workshop series is sponsored and supported by Care Compass Network's Regional Trauma-Informed Care Network team. The team consists of dedicated and passionate individuals from colleges, county government, healthcare, social care, human services, and schools, spanning across Care Compass Network's 9-county region in the Southern Tier and beyond. The Arctic's mission is to implement evidence-based trauma-informed care by supporting the development of resilient and strong partnerships, individuals, families, and communities through advocacy, education, and empowerment. A core strategy to bring this to fruition is to create and promote access, availability of training, educational tools, and resources for our community. The team envisions a resilient community built upon strong partnerships, trust, and compassion. Before we get started with the presentation, I'd like to go over a few housekeeping items. Number 1, today's presentation will be recorded for quality assurance purposes and may be uploaded to the CCM website or YouTube page. 2, if you plan on sharing any real-life examples, please make sure not to include any PHI. 3, we reserve the last 10 minutes for Q&A. Please type your questions into the question and answer box, which is located on the bottom of your screen. You may send in your questions at any time. We'll be collecting and addressing these as many as possible. Now I'd like to introduce our presenter. Nicole Babcock, LCSW-R, has been working in the human services field since 2001 and has been a provider of mental health counseling for adults since 2013. She was first introduced to DBT while working with adolescents in a day treatment program in 2011 and led a DBT Skills training group for adults during her time at UHS Outpatient Mental Health. Later, Nicole was extended the opportunity to spearhead the development of a comprehensive DBT program at Lourdes Center for Mental Health. From August 2017 to January 2018, she and a small team of clinicians from Lourdes completed the DBT intensive training through behavioral tech, an extensive, highly involved training process. Nicole served as the team lead for the DBT team with Lourdes for more than 2 years. During that time, she and the team were given the opportunity to further their understanding and practice of DBT by participating in clinical program and consultation with a trainer through behavioral tech. Nicole transitioned work to private practice in March of 2020 after forming Validation Counseling Services, LCSW, where she has the opportunity to better balance the needs of her family with her professional life. She currently provides both DBT-informed treatment and individual standard DBT in her private practice. Nicole's other professional passion is animal-assisted therapy, and she's excited about the possibilities of involving her standard poodle puppy and work with her patients as they grow and learn together. And now I'd like to introduce Nicole.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Erin. I really appreciate it. I am really glad to be back here with you guys today for our final installment of the skills training series that we're offering this summer. And I am hoping that we're saving the best for last and really looking forward to sharing this information and my day with all of you. So we are going to be getting started today with a mindfulness activity. And before we get into our mindfulness, I wanted to orient all of you to a little bit of a shift in how we are providing interactivity in our training. We're trying to get as creative as possible given our current circumstances with COVID and being unable to offer an in-person training, which I know makes things challenging for all of us, because I personally would love nothing more than to be able to be in a room with all of you and have conversations and interact with you as this training is occurring. And it's a little tough talking to a computer. So I want to recognize that this is equally as challenging for all of you, and wanted to add an extra layer to things today, given feedback that we've had around your desire for more interactivity as well. There is a raise your hand function in your Zoom program. My understanding is that it should be available at the top of your screen if you maximize your screen, and or available through the little dots to the far right-hand side of your little menu at the top of your screen. And I want to get things started with a bang in terms of being interactive today. And I'm wondering if any of you would be willing to take the plunge and jump in and be courageous enough to raise your hand to participate out loud in our mindfulness activity today. We're only, I think, just for the sake of not getting things too confusing, going to be able to have between 1 and 3 people total for this activity, depending on how many are interested in participating, and not all at the same time, just so we don't have people talking over one another.
We do have a participant.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to describe first what this activity is so that you guys know what you're getting into if you're choosing to participate in this. And then we'll see if anyone else joins in and wants to participate. And if we have more than one person, we'll probably limit it to 1 to 2 minutes per person, just for the sake of time. But we're doing an observe and describe mindfulness today, especially with a focus on the non-judgmentally skill. So your task for mindfulness today is to observe and describe the picture that you see on the screen as non-judgmentally and objectively as possible. So keeping in mind that your criteria for this are, you want to describe it in such a way that someone who's not looking at the picture can get a fairly accurate understanding of what it is that you're looking at. And also in a way that if someone else looking at the same picture were to hear your description, they would wholeheartedly agree with what you have to say. So it's really going to be grounded in, these are the facts about what I see. Things like shapes, things like number of objects, position in relation to one another, colors, textures, movement, things along those lines. So I'm looking for kind of an interaction in terms of being able to talk out loud about what you see and answer some questions in that regard. We have one participant.
Yeah, Helen's volunteering.
Thank you so much, Helen. I appreciate it. And I think Erin's working on getting you unmuted so that we can talk.
And please bear with us if there's any difficulty with the audio. We are trying our best. But Helen, you should be able to speak now.
Hello, are you there?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Sure can. Thank you so much for talking with us today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me participate.
Absolutely. Are you ready for our mindfulness?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So what I see is a simple black and white image of a face with a downturned mouth and a furrowed brow.
Interesting description. I have a question for you. Do you think that everyone who were to look at this picture would 100% agree that this is a picture of a face?
Yes.
Possible, right? I've got another question, especially because this is something that this is a pretty iconic symbol of a reverse smiley face, right? we see emoticons all the time, and it's something that we identify with. Is there any way to break this down further into describing shapes or number of objects that you see?
Sure.
Would you be able to give that a shot?
I will try my best. So I see 3 circles. 2 of them are filled in black completely, and 1 is a circle that covers the whole, that frames what looks like a face.
Uh-huh.
I also see a half crescent or a crescent that appears to represent a mouth, and 2 little filled in black pieces that some people might say looks like penne that are over the 2 filled in circles in the middle of the image.
Nice job with that. Thank you so much. Really nice job drilling down to shapes and facts and things that you can see. And I love your description of what looks like penne, because that's something that I'm guessing you've seen and interacted with, and something that, you know, the thought arose in your mind as you were looking at those shapes, right?
For sure.
And when we are talking non-judgmental objective observations, thoughts labeled as thoughts like, I think it looks like penne, or I think it looks like a face, are absolutely objective observations, because no one can deny that you are thinking what you're thinking about that, right?
Right.
Any questions about this activity?
I do have a question, Nicole.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because non-judgmentally speaking, it's actually really confusing to my brain what the expression is. You know, so that's very subjective, because some might see it as anger, some might see it as sadness. So it's interesting because, like, as iconic of an image as this might seem, it's still up to conjecture what exactly is going on with this face.
I think you make a really good point with this. And our interpretations of the facts that we perceive and the things that our senses take in can be really different depending on our experiences.
Right.
And some people might see this as a very sad face, and some might see it as an angry face, and some, like yourself, might be confused about what this represents, right?
Right.
And this is an activity that you will see in the skills training manual. I think there's even a picture of a face in there. And it's one that can be really good to use with your patients, because many times people do go immediately to what they see and how they interpret it, rather than breaking it down to, you know, these are the pieces of what I see, and this is why I'm putting it together. And there might actually be some question there about what I see versus what I thought I saw. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Any feedback about what this experience was like for you doing this mindfulness?
Yeah, so I have actually tried this out recently with a group since we've been doing this work together, and I think it's really easy to jump to the interpretation and the judgments on it, and it's a good exercise to step back and just look at the facts, and that's like a helpful thing to do to lay the groundwork for some of the other skills that come after.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for jumping in there first thing and engaging in this mindfulness activity, Helen. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Nicole.
All right. I think Erin's going to mute you again. And we didn't have anyone else who raised their hand, correct? Perfect. All right. So we are going to move along and talk about schedule to begin with. So about 10:10, we are going to stop for a Q&A. I'm still going to have the Q&A periods at specific times throughout the training. So 5 minutes before the first morning break, the first break is going to be for 10 minutes at 10:15. We're going to do 10-minute breaks once before lunch. So from 12 to 12:10, and then lunch is going to go until 12:50. So we've got about 40 minutes for lunch. And then we're going to do another 10-minute Q&A before our last break, which is going to be from 1:50 to 2. And we will do a last Q&A period from 2:50 to 3. I encourage you guys as we go that if there are questions that you don't feel comfortable asking out loud, raising your hand about during the training, that you type them into the Q&A box, not the chat box, but the Q&A box, so that we can make sure to get to those during the Q&A periods. I do also have one other built-in Q&A that's not in the schedule. It's just going to be dependent on when we get to it at the end of the clinical foundations section. Aside from that, I do want to really invite you all that if you have questions or comments as we're going, I want to make this as much of a back and forth dialogue as we can. And if you use the raise your hand function, Erin's keeping an eye on that. She can give me a heads up. And then when I get to a point in the slides where I can stop and pause and have some discussion, I will certainly do so rather than waiting until several slides later when it might not feel so pertinent. So I want to invite you to please jump in as much as possible, because this training can be as interactive as you want to make it. Looking at our next slide, I just wanted to put today in context. Our goal of this 3-part training series is to help you enhance your existing clinical practice through gaining a clearer understanding of the DBT skills and different opportunities for teaching your patients about them and strengthening their skills. Our first training on building foundations and putting out fires addressed some clinical foundations, mindfulness, and distress tolerance. Our second training, Managing the Storm, was on emotion regulation, as well as a continuation of our clinical foundations. And both of those trainings are available on the Care Compass Network YouTube site. I've checked them out. They are there. Feel free to check them out if you've missed either of the previous trainings or if you need to go back and review information. Our training today is on being your best self. So we are going to be wrapping up our clinical foundations. We are going to be doing a review of mindfulness, because I want to put in context that if we are teaching skills from a traditional standard DBT curriculum, we are going to be repeating the mindfulness module in between each of the other modules. So we're starting with mindfulness and then teaching distress tolerance, and then mindfulness and emotion regulation, and then mindfulness again and interpersonal effectiveness. And I can't say mindfulness enough, because it is really, truly like the bricks and mortar of what's going to make up successful use of the other skills. So we're going to review mindfulness today in the context of mindfulness of others, interaction with others. And we're also going to do a little bit of a deep dive into the interpersonal effectiveness skills, and my personal favorite, because they're so powerful, the behavior change skills. So we've got a pretty steep agenda for today. I hope you can bear with me as we move forward, and I'm really looking forward to getting started here. Our objectives for today are to, again, increase your awareness of the importance and impact of mindfulness on the use of other skills, and in particular, the use of the interpersonal effectiveness skills, because we can't be effective with others if we're not being mindful of what's going on for ourselves and how we're coming off when we're communicating to others. we're going to be talking about building skills for objectively assessing factors that impact communication and priorities in communication with other people. We are going to help with understanding specific skills that it can increase effectiveness once we're aware of what our priorities are and what our barriers to communication are. So that's going to be the Dear Man, the Dear Give, and the Dear Fast skills. And I know they're not set up that way in the handouts. Dear Man is the only one with Dear, and this was a real nugget of wisdom that I took away from the DBT intensive training, is that Dear goes with all of them. So we'll be talking about that a lot more as well. We're going to talk about how to decide what level of intensity to use for each of those skills, because each of them can be used at a low volume or at a really high volume, and different levels of intensity are going to be appropriate given different circumstances. And finally, we're going to be getting to the behavior change strategies, and I'm leaving the best for last on that. These are skills as clinicians that are highly effective and important for us to be aware of. These are also skills that are really, really a little bit life-changing for our patients to gain awareness of, and things that very few of our patients actually have conscious awareness of until they're taught about them. So looking forward to this ride today and hoping that you can hang in there with me as we go. Some lessons from part 2 of our training. Everybody, present company included, really liked the setup with me being here in the Care Compass Network office and having access to some really fantastic audiovisual equipment. Made things a lot easier for everyone involved. So I want to give a shout out to everyone here at Care Compass Network, and thank you guys so much for all that you have done in making this a much better experience. Definitely some feedback from you guys that the lecture format is a challenge. And I'm so with you, because I have to tell you that after talking for 5 hours straight, plus an hour for breaks and lunch, I about lost my voice at the end of the last 2 trainings. It's exhausting. And I can only imagine how tough that is for you guys to stick with for that amount of time. I know there is a huge amount of information, and in weighing our options for the best way to present all of it, this was the best that I could arrive at in terms of breaking things up and not having things too broken up. I know that I have since referenced what behavioral tech does with their online skills trainings, and they break it up into even shorter sections. They do 1.5 hour trainings for a total of like 13 hours, I think, where ours goes about 15 hours. And I think that's because I add in some extra handouts that I regularly teach that aren't a part of the standard curriculum. And I don't know about you guys, but trying to get to like 5 or 6 hour-and-a-half trainings was feeling a little more daunting than 3. So we are where we are. We're going to do our best. And I want to make this as interactive as possible to cut down on just the listening fatigue and the talking fatigue on both ends as we puzzle through all of this together. I've already talked about the balance between interactivity and content. There's just such a wide scope of information that we're looking to cover that having too much interactivity is also not going to be a possibility, because then we just won't get through the content during the day. So I want to really work to find a balance. And I hope that as you guys are having the courage to raise your hands and to ask questions and to give feedback on things or make comments, which I so appreciate. And I know everyone else does too, because as I always say in group settings, that if one person's thinking it, I guarantee they're not the only one. So for those of you that are willing to speak up and either give feedback or ask questions, so appreciated, because I guarantee it's helping others as well. That said, we may need to have a little bit of a limit to the length of time that we spend on those questions, just like we would in a group setting, because we don't have until forever to conduct the training. So I want to make sure that we can also get through the information that we have and spend no more than around 5 minutes or so per feedback, depending on how much interactivity we're getting. So I hope you guys can bear with me on that. And please, my intention is not for people to take offense if we need to cut things short so that we can get to the content that we have planned. Lastly, but not least, I wanted to talk a little bit about the dialectic of acceptance and change. And the acceptance piece being that we are operating during really challenging times. We are conducting remote training that is a very, very different experience from in person. And this is a free training, which is super awesome for you guys and super cool from my perspective, because it makes it so much more accessible to people than it would otherwise. I'm also accepting, as we go through this, and ask that you take this into consideration and lean on those radical acceptance skills as well, that because this is a free training and because this is really my first time doing these types of trainings in a public venue, that this is a work in progress. I cannot begin to tell you how much I have learned personally about myself and about how to present as a result of doing these trainings and getting feedback from you guys, which I really appreciate. And sometimes that feedback feels great, and sometimes that feedback is hard, because sometimes it's stuff that I didn't even realize I did or didn't even realize was unhelpful. So I want you all to know that I'm taking that feedback into consideration and doing my best as a trainer to make this as accessible and as user-friendly as possible for all of you. So going back and forth between that acceptance and change dialectic, there is a lot of change going on, and I hope you can see the changes that are being made as each training progresses. And I hope you can also be understanding that this is still a work in progress. This is only my third time doing this type of training, and there may still be kinks to work out. So we'll do our best to get through this together, and hopefully this can be a really fun experience for all involved as much as possible. So we've got a first poll. If you would be able to roll that out to people, Erin. And this is on the homework. And as you may recall, we had some homework from our last session. One piece of the homework was around practicing teaching the emotion regulation skills. And that's what this poll is about. We're going to be coming out as soon as this poll is done. We're going to be pushing the next poll pretty immediately about the readings. And then we're going to have some time to process the homework together. So as you're completing the poll and getting ready for the next one, if you have feedback or questions in regards to the homework, I want to really encourage you to type those questions into the Q&A or raise your hand so that we can make sure to get to you as much as possible during the homework review. Looks like we are getting some initial feedback here. We'll give you guys just another minute to get your answers in on the polls. And let's see. it looks like we do have one question in the Q&A already that we will certainly get to during the homework review as well. So looks like we've got our first poll finished and fairly wide distribution. It looks like quite a few of you had a really hard time getting to even having a chance to teach the emotion regulation skills, which I gotta be real, I get. Like, we all have insanely busy lives, and trying to find time to fit this stuff in and even remember to do it can be a real challenge. That said, I also want to encourage you to keep finding opportunities, because as busy as life gets, we don't get better at using this stuff unless we really dive in and practice it. So continuing to make those efforts after today's training is really, really important, even though the training has concluded. Looks like there was also a fair amount of you who said that you were able to try teaching some of the skills, but you weren't really confident about doing it right. So you tried, it just didn't feel great, it didn't flow. Looks like another good chunk of you said that you tried teaching them and it was pretty good. You felt fairly confident. And a couple of you that said that you practiced teaching all of the skills and you felt great about them. You use them fairly regularly already. So fairly wide distribution, but it sounds like there's going to be definitely the opportunity for some questions or feedback if people weren't feeling super confident about how things went. So that's what our distribution is looking like in terms of the results. And Erin, I'm wondering if you want to go ahead and push the poll about the readings next. So in terms of the readings, it looks like we've got a couple of choices. Either I wasn't able to complete any of the readings, I completed the skills training, but not for interpersonal effectiveness, but not for the intro to skills training, which is kind of the foundational stuff, vice versa. Looks like so far, just waiting for some of those results to come in. And again, if there are questions, things that you want to discuss, or things that you want to give feedback on as you are thinking about the homework, I want to really encourage you to put questions in the Q&A box and or raise your hand for questions that you might have. I want to give a shout out to those of you who said that you completed all of the readings, because that is no small feat. And there is a lot there. And having crammed all of this before my intensive training, plus the what I call the DBT Bible, the cognitive behavioral training manual for borderline personality disorder, all of that together is just an overwhelming amount of information. So it looks like there were 4 of you who completed all of the readings. My hat is off to you. Looks like most of the results are in, and there's a fairly even split between people not being able to get to complete any of the readings and people having a pretty strong foundation in completing the introduction to skills training at least, which is fantastic, but not getting to the readings on interpersonal effectiveness. So we are going to move on now to the homework review. And this just is going to give an outline of what the homework was. And I'm wondering if any of you would be willing to be a brave soul and raise your hand for another little role play / interactivity period for how to conduct a homework review, either in individual therapy, in individual skills training, or in group, because I think giving people the opportunity to hear what a traditional homework review is going to be like is going to be really helpful to everyone if anyone would be willing to participate in that. And I do want to address the one question that's in Q&A right now that says, I own a copy of the DBT handouts and worksheets and access to them on the Guilford site, but how do you print out or copy into Google Drive a copy of a single page off of the internet, or a copy from the internet to send it as an attachment to a patient? So my best success with this, and I don't know if it's been a change to the website or if it was just because I hooked up a new printer to my computer, but I've been having some trouble getting it to print just one page at a time versus it wanting to print an entire module at a time, which is a lot of pages. And if you can go through and figure out exactly what page it is, your printer taskbar should give you an option of choosing whether you want to print all or print just one page. I will warn you that because they are copies of what's in the book, and some of the pages in the book are numbered differently than how they are presented on the internet files, the numbers that are on the internet pages are not going to line up with the numbers when you go to print. So if you can figure out what page it is on a PDF document, or on the whatever type of document it is that comes up, you can certainly put that in your printer taskbar and it'll print the correct page. Otherwise, I have also downloaded each of them as a PDF, and my computer's given me that option. I want to encourage you to play around with your internet browser, because many times it will give you that option, and I'm not tech savvy enough to give you specifics on how to do that. I apologize, but I can tell you that I have been able to save it module by module and actually upload them to my patient portal for my patients, which has been super helpful, because then I don't even need to do anything else with it. They can go into the patient portal and find it. So that is an option as well, and want to encourage you to utilize that. Erin, I'm wondering if we've got anyone who's willing to participate in homework review. Nobody is willing to do homework review today. So I guess, without having any volunteers for homework review, I'm going to move on from this topic. I do really want to encourage you guys to keep practicing, keep learning, and as much as possible, really go back, and when things are not feeling okay and you're not sure if you're doing it right, go back and reference. I don't have it out right now. I'm looking at my bag and I don't want to duck out of the screen to grab it, but go back and reference your skills training manual, because it really breaks things down handout by handout and gives you very specific examples of how to teach things so that you can do it in a way that makes sense to people and in a way that kind of matches with the DBT model. I can also not say enough about the importance of at least making sure that you are thoroughly reviewing your handouts and worksheets before you try to teach them to your patients. Because if you're not familiar with what you're teaching, you're not going to be anywhere near as effective, and they're going to sense that you're really hesitant about what you're teaching because you just haven't looked at it yet. So make sure that you at least review it and look at it from a perspective of how would I use these things and what would make sense to me. I will tell you that every time that I've struggled with teaching things, being able to go back to the manual has really helped me to put my feet on the ground. And if I can't find it in the manual, being able to find it in the the primary DBT manual. I am going to pull both of these books out so you know what I'm talking about. So DBT Skills Training Manual, when I say the manual, that's what I'm referring to. And being able to go back to cognitive behavioral treatment for borderline personality disorder, which I know was not in your required readings for this training, but really is the foundation for DBT and doesn't directly address any of the skills and how to teach them, but does absolutely address all of the therapist skills and how to interact with patients, which becomes a question in most settings. So good luck with that, you guys, as you continue on with your practice. And if you have any further questions on the homework that you'd like to address as we move on, please feel free to jump in. So we're going to go to clinical foundations. I am being aware that I have taken a lot more time than I intended with the initial getting started stuff in the homework review. So I'm going to do my best with this. And we are still going to plan to pause for a Q&A at about 10:10. We'll see whether we get through clinical foundations by then or not, or if we're going to be pushing this out. I do want to wrap up with all of the information today and not leave anything, because obviously there's not a next training for us to wrap it up with. So this slide has a ton of information on it, and I'm not going to go through this piece by piece because this is a slide from the first training. This is a review slide. What I wanted to make sure to impress upon all of you by reviewing this slide is to remember from the first training and or be cued to go back and watch that part of the training if you didn't get to attend, that there are different levels of DBT that are going to be most appropriate for different cohorts of patients. And being able to tailor the type of treatment that you're providing to the patients that you're working with is going to be really, really important, because you want to make sure that you're not using a sledgehammer to kill a fly and really overdoing it by doing standard DBT with someone who's really low acuity. And you want to make sure as well that you're not trying to break apart a boulder with a fly swatter by doing DBT-informed treatment with someone who's acutely suicidal and having lots of self-injuring behaviors and calling constantly for crisis, because that's not going to meet their needs. So just a brief review. We always, from my perspective, want to start, and from a DBT perspective, want to start with as thorough an assessment as possible into diagnosis, risk factors, history, and current strengths and needs. And this is going to really lay that important foundation for understanding your patient, being able to tailor treatment to their needs. And it's going to give you, honestly, that foundation for building a really strong rapport with your patient, which is critical for doing this type of work. So a review of the 3 levels of DBT. Our lowest level of DBT, dropping all the way to the bottom of the slide, is DBT-informed treatment. So this is doing treatment as usual, but inserting skills and strategies from DBT where it feels appropriate and where you feel like your patients can benefit from them. Maybe not necessarily even following a standard curriculum and progressing through the skills in a certain order, but pulling kind of piecemeal from the skills and strategies as you need them. This is going to be for your lowest acuity patients. And this is going to be for patients who do not have significant risk of their symptoms worsening if you're not doing a higher level of treatment. So this is not for your patients who are calling regularly because they're in crisis. This is not for your patients who are self-injuring and who are intermittently or continuously suicidal. This is going to be more appropriate in the long term for patients who are pretty stable, but need something extra to benefit more from treatment and to further stabilize their symptoms. Working our way up the slide, skills training only is a level of treatment that is just focusing on the skills training aspect, either in an individual therapy or a skills training group setting. And this is going to be for patients who may not meet the full criteria for standard DBT, especially as insurances might like them to, because some insurances, especially Excelis, are going to have very strict criteria for who they will and won't reimburse for a standard DBT or even an individual skills training program for, which is also a fun side note, because when they reimburse for skills training only, they will not reimburse for the full curriculum, which is also really important to know. I think it's only like, without having looked at it recently, somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 16 weeks that they will reimburse for, which is not a full curriculum and by a long shot. So being aware of this is really, really important. Skills training only can be conducted on a one-on-one individual therapy basis. And I encourage you to get creative if you are not in a setting where you can provide a structured DBT skills training group and follow the curriculum for a full year for adults or for 6 months for adolescents. And integrate this as much as possible into your individual therapy sessions or your existing group work. Standard DBT is going to include individual therapy, skills training group, phone consultation, and a therapist consultation team. And this is going to be for patients experiencing life-threatening behaviors, serious therapy interfering behaviors that might prevent them from benefiting from other types of therapy, severe quality of life interfering behaviors that really prevent them from making progress in traditional therapy, severe skills deficits that prevent them from being able to function effectively. And I also want to note, because this is important, while DBT is evidence-based for individuals who have PTSD and individuals who have eating disorders and addictions and other areas of specialized treatment, there are additional protocols above and beyond the standard DBT protocol that you're going to need to use with these patients, and additional things to be aware of as you're treating these populations to specialize your curriculum to their needs and to make sure that you're meeting additional needs like exposure therapy or EMDR or other evidence-based treatment for PTSD once other more acute symptoms have stabilized for these patients for at least 2 months, if not longer, and making sure to provide appropriate substance use disorder treatment and or eating disorder treatment if those are necessary as well. Another review page on the importance of orientation. And this was a slide that I adapted from our last training on the importance of orientation that I wanted to make sure to reinforce, because I cannot impress upon you enough the power of orientation to positive outcomes. People have a really hard time hitting a target that they don't know exists. So the clearer you can be with your patients about your goals for them, your expectations of their behavior and engagement, and the structure for treatment, the better the chance they have of complying with those things, meeting your needs in therapy, because let's face it, as therapists, we have needs too. And it gets really frustrating for us when our patients don't meet our needs, such as showing up to sessions regularly, doing their homework, using skills when we want them to. So being clear about expectations is really, really super important. It is also going to go a long way toward decreasing your patient's anxiety level about engaging in treatment, because this is a very real thing. DBT in general is a very daunting topic for a lot of people. There's a lot of information here, books and books worth of information. And it can be absolutely overwhelming, not only for them to know that they need to learn that amount of information in order for things to stabilize, but for them to have the idea of, I might also be expected to be part of a group for this to happen. Like, you got to be kidding me. So being clear about what to expect, showing them a group room ahead of time, explaining to them what goes on in groups so they know what to expect can go a long way towards decreasing anxiety. Also want to really encourage you to be clear with people about the length of the overall program. I do contracts with my patients ahead of time about what I expect from them. So it's in black and white and it's got their signature on it. And I don't just hand it to them and have them sign it. I go over it with them, because people will sign anything, which is a little scary to me. And it's really hard to hold people to standards that they aren't fully aware of. So we also want to be clear about the length of the program. We want to be clear about the length of sessions and the importance of staying present for the full session. That, you know, arriving 10 minutes late and leaving a half hour early for group is not really active attendance in group. In terms of attendance and payment in particular, if your agency or your practice has specific requirements around attendance or policies around attendance above and beyond what the DBT policy is, which is typically that if someone misses 4 sessions in a row, they are out of therapy until treatment would have concluded. Otherwise, they sometimes miss a lot as long as it's not 4 sessions in a row. And that does not jive with the attendance policies in some clinics. So working with your clinic managers to make sure that you're finding a attendance policy that you can both be okay with, because let's face it, these are also patients who are going to be our heaviest hitters for some attendance issues, because they're the ones with the biggest issues going on. And we want to make sure that we're being clear with them ahead of time. If we don't have wiggle room on attendance policies, that they might risk being kicked out of treatment if they miss 3 sessions in 90 days, and they might not be able to return for 90 days after that, or whatever our clinic policy is. We want to be super clear about that. If you have a policy around non-payment of services, that they can't attend until services are paid, things along those lines, please orient your patients so that this is not a surprise, because this can hijack the effectiveness of treatment if this happens in the middle of a treatment protocol. I talked a lot last time about how to orient patients around appropriate behavior in group and venting versus appropriate sharing. I want to encourage you to go back and review the sections from that training if you don't have clear recollection around that. And I want to just briefly say that group is not a time for venting. It is a time for sharing about how to use skills and inviting feedback about how skills can be helpful. And the more you can remind your patients of that, the more effectively they can comply with that. We also want to be clear with patients about how crises are managed, both in and out of group. And we want to make sure that they are rock solid on what the plan is for how to handle crises in other patients. If they are contacted outside of group by another patient who says, I want to kill myself, or I feel like cutting, or I just took a bottle of pills, because we don't want them sitting on that information themselves. That's going to put way too much pressure on them. And we got about a 50-50 chance of them responding appropriately if they haven't been oriented to how we want them to respond. So we want to be really clear with them that everyone going into group has a safety plan. We want to encourage them to use it. If they've already done something life-threatening, we want to encourage them to call 911 and or call for them. But that is the only call that we're making for them. And we want to refer them back to their individual therapist for support. Want to talk again about therapist consultation teams, because this is the area where we get the most questions. And I know that some of you were around at the very, very end of our last training when we were discussing possibilities for reaching out to other therapists in the community for forming your own consultation teams if you don't have the opportunity for that within your clinical setting. And a lot of you had signed off already and may have missed that. And some of you may not have been present for that training at all. I do want to encourage you to use the chat feature for this. If this is something that you are comfortable with and have a need for, do not use the Q&A, because that may show up, as my understanding, in the recording, but the chat feature will not show up in the recording to my knowledge. And I want to encourage you, if you are looking for other clinicians to work with in forming a therapist consultation team, feel free to add your name and your contact information into the chat feature. And that is something that all of you will be able to see. And my understanding is that after the training, you can also save and print out that chat feature so that you have record of how to contact other clinicians in the community if you choose to go about a therapist consultation team from that perspective. Want to review briefly that therapist consultation teams, the purpose of these teams is manyfold. And we say that this is therapy for the therapist, and it's not therapy in terms of like what work I would do with my own therapist, but it is therapy in terms of what am I experiencing in these sessions, or what am I bringing in with me today that might get in the way of me being as effective as possible as a therapist? And what do I need in order to ground myself and increase my effectiveness with my patients? So this is going to be a focus on learning skills, learning DBT. It's going to be a focus on troubleshooting difficulties with the material, difficulties with patients. I do want to really encourage you, though, highly encourage you, that if you are choosing to form a therapist consultation team outside of your practice setting, that you make sure that you are asking any patients that you are looking to discuss in those settings to sign consents for any other clinicians in your consultation team, and that you are fully informing your patients of the purpose of those teams and what might be discussed. Because HIPAA, and it's important that they recognize if there are other people having a say in their treatment aside from just you. Therapist consultation teams are also going to be there for increasing your motivation to provide DBT, because let's face it, DBT is not the world's easiest treatment to provide. And some days are easier than others. And when we have a string of appointments back to back where we're feeling like a terrible therapist and like, why do I even do this work? Because I feel like I'm not helping anybody. We need people to prop us up, because I promise you, even if you're not seeing the fruits of your labor during those sessions, you are planting seeds. And the more that you can stick to it, and the more that you can keep investing in this work, the more that you are going to see absolute payoff in dividends later on with your patients. And that doesn't mean that it's not hard in the short term. I want to restate from my last training that time is a limitation for all of us, and it doesn't matter what setting we're practicing in. We need to get creative about how to form and stick to participating actively in therapist consultation teams. They are so, so important. And honestly, they were and are one of the biggest parts that I looked forward to every day doing DBT. And they are the biggest part of what I look forward to now doing DBT, because I know that if I've had hard sessions, I've got someone to bounce ideas off of. I've got someone to give me a little pep talk and remind me of why I'm doing this work, and to give me input from a different perspective. So I can't say enough about the importance of forming and engaging in a therapist consultation team. I want to encourage you, and this is going to be your only official homework after this training, because obviously there's no follow-up to this that's planned. I want to really encourage each of you to make a plan for yourself in regards to how you can form or join a therapist consultation team. And I believe we have an audience poll now, and Erin's going to be pushing that out to you guys about where each of you is at in regards to being able to implement a therapist consultation team. So I want you to really take a moment and reflect on where you're at in your practice right now, and what resources are available to you in your current work setting. And are you in a setting where it shouldn't really be a big deal? You just need to do it in terms of setting up and executing a therapist consultation team? Are you in a setting where it's going to be a challenge, it's going to be outside of your traditional work hours or what you would normally do, but you think you can pull it off? Or are you in a setting where you don't have anyone who would be appropriate to be on a therapist consultation team with you? Maybe there's no one else who's interested in DBT in your setting, or you work in a setting where you're the only social worker or the only clinician. Above and beyond that, some of you may need to think outside of the box, outside of even, what we're offering here today, which is, put your information in the chat feature and look to reach out to other clinicians and find some creative ways to engage with other therapists for support and consultation. I will say, if you have the opportunity, behavioral tech does offer some therapist consultation teams and clinical consult through their agency. It does cost money. It's not cheap. And if you have the ability to do this without paying an arm and a leg to do it, I'd highly encourage you to. So it looks like from the poll results that we've gotten that the vast majority of you are in a really good situation, because you're in a setting where it shouldn't be too hard to set up a consultation team meeting, which is awesome. I can tell you I was not in this setting, nor am I in this setting now. And it's a real challenge when you're not in a situation where that's something that you can just do during working hours. It looks like the rest of you do have some challenges to work through around that, and we'll need to do some problem solving in some regards in terms of finding time to meet, formats for meeting, and people to meet with. So I really encourage you following this training to do some reflection on what might be most helpful for you and your setting. And if you think it would be helpful for you to make sure to put your information into the chat feature. All right, so we've got a few minutes before our Q&A is going to start. And I'm going to keep this moving. This was the only slide we didn't get to during the last training, and this is on measuring outcomes. And I feel like you can't really talk about DBT without talking about measuring outcomes, because DBT is a very research-based, evidence-based practice. And that is honestly for a lot of reasons, which is very interesting for me to read about in Marsha Lenehan's autobiography, that she talked a lot about how her work wasn't really taken seriously until she could get really rigorous about the type of research she was doing and the outcomes that she was getting. And I can tell you from personal experience, outcomes are a pain in the butt. And it's so cool. Patients engage in it really well because they like to see the progress that they're making. They love it, actually. And a lot of them eagerly await outcomes measures because they can't wait to see what changes they've made. And it can just lend so much more credence to the work that you're doing, to be able to speak to not just the stories, which are so critical to share, but also the numbers and the evidence behind why what you're doing is important. So when we're looking at measuring outcomes, we have a lot of different options available to us. The DBT diary card is a go-to for me because it's built into the system already when you're doing DBT. If you're not doing standard DBT and using the DBT diary card, that may be an addition to your existing practice. And it's still something that can be of benefit if you have patients using it regularly. It helps you to track over time whether there's self-injuring behaviors and how much they're decreasing over time, whether there's urge for suicide, their level of engagement in treatment, whether they're compliant with medications. There's just so much that's captured in a diary card that would take a lot of time to collect otherwise. There are also a really broad range of assessment tools available to us if we choose to seek them out that can help to capture change over time. In your skills training manual, this one, table 3.3 on page 46 is going to give you a lot of different ideas about potential measurement tools to use, most of which are available free or very low cost. And these are all evidence-based tools, and being able to integrate them intermittently into your practice, recommend using them at the time of referral, immediately before treatment starts, and then every 3 months or so during treatment, to measure outcomes as treatment progresses. It is an extra thing to do when we don't have extra time, and believe me, I get that more than anyone. And there can be some potentially fantastic rewards in terms of funding opportunities that can result from that, and increased buy-in from your agency, and just extra support that comes along with that. So I really highly encourage you to give those a try. The difficulty in emotion regulation scale, the DERS, is a scale that I was trained to use at the DBT intensive training through behavioral tech, which is going to measure difficulty with regulating emotion. It's very repetitive and it's very evidence-based. It measures in the short term, and I forget the time period that it measures, but I believe it's over the past month. And so that can measure over time change in difficulty with emotion regulation. The PHQ-9 is a great tool to use for patients who struggle with depression, and the severity of post-traumatic stress symptoms adult is also fantastic for those struggling with PTSD, because that is, I believe, just over the past week, the acuity of symptoms, and you can see change over time with that as well. I'm being aware of the time, and I think we've got two more slides to get through. We will address these after the break. I want to take a 5-minute break, sorry, a 10-minute break. We will resume, let's see, around 10:25, I believe. No, we've got a Q&A. I'm jumping ahead of myself. I'm so sorry, you guys.
There's just one question about reference to
Okay, so question about the book that was referenced during the homework review. I'm assuming you're referring to this book. This is Cognitive Behavioral Treatment of Borderline Personality Disorder by Marsha Lenehan. And this is really your go-to book in terms of addressing all of the clinical foundations for providing DBT. This is going to address how to conduct your individual DBT sessions, your phone coaching, your therapist consultation teams, the theoretical underpinnings. It's really going to address everything you could imagine and then some. And as you can see, it's dog-eared. I've got some Post-it notes stuck in there. And this is something I reference a lot because I have found there has not been a question yet I've had about work with patients that is not addressed somewhere in this book or in the skills training manual. So highly encourage you to pick up a copy of this book if you get a chance. It's very dense reading. It is very slow going, and it is worth the slog through it because it's just clinical gold in terms of guidance for working with this population. Any other questions? Anyone want to raise a hand for questions or comments on any of the material provided so far? Any feedback about things that are challenging in people's settings or things that would be helpful to hear about and make sure to get to as we're moving forward, things you'd like me to talk more about? I know I'm doing a lot of talking, so I don't know if you want to hear me talk about anything else, but now's the time if you want to jump in. We got about a minute or so before we're going to go to our break. And we're going to, we have a hand raised. Teresa. Hello, are you there with us, Teresa?
Yes, hi, Nicole.
Hi.
I just wanted to share with you that in my setting, in an outpatient clinic, I have been running a DBT group for the first time. It's my first time ever running a group, and I've been running it since about March. And that is with no training. So just picking up the manual and kind of training myself. And since I've only attended this and the last session, but it has been so validating for me as a therapist and so helpful So I just wanted to say that, and all of these slides are really great refreshers for me. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that feedback. And you are in the field doing the important work, and you are actually learning this exactly the same way that I did, because I was in much the same situation where I was handed a manual. Actually, I wasn't even handed a manual. I was told there's a file cabinet over there with all of the handouts in it. Your teaching group. And yeah, just dove in and didn't get training until a lot later. And you learn as you go, and it can be scary and crazy, and it can also be really fun and exciting. So thank you for the work that you're doing. It's very exciting that you're getting to do some groups, and I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Yes, thank you so much. I've really loved DBT, and I like the interactions and just how it's run. So it is challenging, but definitely a learning process.
Absolutely. Yeah, no lie. I don't think there is any day that I do DBT with my patients and don't learn something new about it, which is a very cool thing about this type of therapy, that you're constantly learning. And yeah, it also means that sometimes, you think you know stuff and you get taken by surprise, and there's just always new stuff to learn. So thank you for that feedback. That's really helpful and important. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Absolutely. And just want to give a quick note as well. I know we need to go to our break. I want to make sure you guys have time. Refresher and reminder that if you are doing or plan to do a skills training group or a standard DBT program, highly encourage you, if you have the opportunity, to seek out more training on these topics. This series of trainings is a foundation for things. It's an overview, and there is so much more that you can learn about this that can help to strengthen your practice and can help to improve your work with your patients, as well as your opportunities for insurance reimbursement if you seek that training. Behavioral tech, I checked out, does offer a skills only training, live and remote. And I think that's only in the neighborhood of like $350 or so. And their intensive training is much more expensive. For a team of 3 to 4 people was about $10,000 and extremely intensive. I think I've spoken in the past to the amount of work and time that goes into that, but also hugely worth it if you have the resources available to you to engage in that. We're going to be talking about addressing therapy interfering behaviors. And this is a topic that came up during our last training, and one that I wanted to take the opportunity to elaborate on more, because I think I had addressed that there is a very specific DBT protocol for addressing therapy interfering behaviors. And it was not one that I had saved on my computer or readily accessible to me during the last training. So I wanted to make sure to expand on this for you guys today, because it's important and it's something that comes up a lot, not just with skills training, but in individual sessions as well. So when we're addressing therapy interfering behaviors, a really important lens to be using is your behavioral lens. We are looking at and for behaviors first and foremost. We are not attributing intention to those behaviors if we aren't very clear about intention because the patient has stated it. So we're not going to imply that a patient isn't engaged, or that a patient doesn't want to be in treatment, or, you know, any of the things that we might traditionally assume when therapy interfering behaviors arise. Because honestly, when we go back to our judgments versus subjective observations, those are judgments. And we don't know what the patient is thinking and feeling. And it could be that those things are the furthest from their intentions, even though it seems like it on the outside. So when we start therapy, and I know I had a whole slide on this, and I'm going to repeat it because it's part of this protocol and it's important in everything that we do, we're going to orient our patients to limits and expectations. So if I have a limit that if a patient arrives more than 15 minutes late for a session, we can't hold that session that day and it's considered a no-show, I want them to know that ahead of time so that they don't roll in 20 minutes late and expect to still be able to participate in a session. I want to be clear that if they haven't done the homework, that they be honest with me about not doing the homework, and that they be willing to engage in a missing links analysis around not doing the homework, rather than me just skipping over them or ignoring the fact that they didn't do their homework. So I'm really going to orient patients to what my expectations are as much as possible. And this can be really front heavy in terms of the work that you're doing, because there is a lot of orienting that needs to happen. And the more orienting that you can do, the more effective that you can be in terms of addressing therapy interfering behaviors later on. So our next step is for us to assess and inventory current therapy interfering behaviors. Now, when I'm talking about this, I'm going to be talking about therapy interfering behaviors in the context of the patient's behaviors. I also want to be clear that therapy interfering behaviors can and do include behaviors of the therapist. We are mostly going to focus on patient behaviors during patient sessions. And there are absolutely times when I'm going to address to patients if I realize or it's brought to my attention that I'm doing things that are therapy interfering during sessions, so they can see that this is not just a standard that I'm holding them to. This is a standard I hold myself to as well. This can also be a really important protocol to use in your therapist consultation teams as you're working on your own therapy interfering behaviors. But for the purpose of our training today, we're going to be talking about this more in the lens of addressing therapy interfering behaviors of the patient. So there are three categories of behaviors that we're going to be looking for as we are inventorying what behaviors are occurring that we might want to address. We're looking for non-attentive behaviors, which can include falling asleep in sessions, can include looking at their phone while you're talking with them or while you're teaching skills, can include not showing up to sessions or showing up late and missing information. We're going to look for non-collaborative behaviors. These are the behaviors where you're up front rowing the boat and they're in the back drilling little holes in the bottom of the boat. These are behaviors where they're dragging their feet and I'm not going to use that skill. I don't want to. This is too hard. Do I really have to do this homework? These are all non-collaborative behaviors. And the third category that we're going to be looking to inventory is non-compliant behaviors. So these aren't the I don't want to, or I'm not showing up or being present to do it. These are the I'm not following through with what's being asked of me behaviors. So I'm not completing the homework. I'm not practicing skills outside of sessions. I'm not following through on attending doctor's appointments that we agreed at the last session I would set up. I'm not addressing medical issues. I'm not taking my medication. These are all non-compliance issues. So breaking it down into those three categories can sometimes make it easier to objectively identify and inventory therapy interfering behaviors that might not stand out to you as much as others, because some of them really stand out and you just can't ignore them, and others can be a little bit harder to see and recognize, and all of them impact the effectiveness of treatment. So our next step after we inventory what's going on right now, and I want to be clear, this is a working process because therapy interfering behaviors change from session to session and over time. So we want to keep doing this as we go and not assume that the behaviors we inventory at the start of treatment are going to be the same behaviors we're dealing with a month or two into treatment. So our next step is to prioritize what behaviors to target and what behaviors to ignore. And we're going to have a hierarchy of priority as we're doing this to make sure that we're addressing what's most clinically important first, and not just what is yelling the loudest at us, because sometimes those can be two very different things. So our first priority in skills training is always going to be therapy interfering behaviors that are likely to destroy therapy. And this can sometimes take some real reflection to figure out, is this a behavior that's therapy interfering or therapy destroying? Because therapy destroying is always going to trump other therapy interfering behaviors. If someone is no longer either going to be allowed to or willing to show up for treatment, they are not going to benefit from treatment. Second level of priority is going to be behaviors that are currently interfering with treatment. So if it's happening right now, I'm going to address it. If it's something that happened last week or in between sessions or last month, or I really want to talk to you about this, it's not going to be as high level of a priority as something that's happening right now in the session. Third level of priority is therapy interfering behaviors related directly to life-threatening behaviors. And I want to be clear, this does not mean that we address the first two before we address a person who's in front of us saying, I want to commit suicide right now, and here's how I'm going to do it. That would be addressed as a therapy destroying behavior, because if someone attempts or commits suicide, they're either going to be dead or they're going to end up in a hospital and they're not going to be engaging in therapy with me. That is a therapy destroying behavior. Therapy interfering behaviors related directly to life-threatening behaviors are things that we have determined that in the past have led up to previous life-interfering behaviors, previous suicide attempts, or self-injurious behaviors. So this might look like having a patient that I know if they go off the grid and they stop calling me for a week, that means that they are likely to be suicidal. So I'm going to address it at that point, but they're not in my face saying, I'm going to kill myself. They're not making threats for suicide. But maybe in the past, when they've gone off the grid, that means that they are likely to become suicidal. Or If they have an argument with a certain family member, that increases their likelihood of life-threatening behaviors. So we're going to address those as a third level priority. Fourth level is going to be therapy interfering behaviors that are similar to problems that occur outside of therapy. So if I have a patient who has difficulty making friends and keeping friends, and they're doing things in therapy that are making me want to kind of distance myself from them, and I'm noticing that urge in myself, I'm going to talk about that with them. I'm going to address that with them, not in a you need to type of a way or a blaming type of a way, but in a, I know that this is an area that you've identified as being really hard, making and keeping friends. And I want to be honest with you that when you do this, when you just did this, I noticed in myself that I was having a kind of strong reaction to that. And I'm wondering if that's similar to what some of your friends go through when you have those types of behaviors. So being able to connect things not just to what's being difficult in the session, but to things that are difficult outside of therapy as well. I see that we have a hand raised. Oh, there was somebody who raised a hand, I think. If you just raised your hand, can you do hit the button again, possibly? I'm just looking. I can't see, I'm so sorry. It might have been an accidental hand raise. If you do have a question or want to add in terms of what's being discussed right now, please feel free to try raising your hand again. We will do our best to wrestle with the technology and get you on board so we can have a conversation. So our last level of priority in addressing therapy interfering behaviors is going to be addressing therapy interfering behaviors related to lack of progress in therapy. So this might be not using skills regularly. This might be forgetting to do a diary card, not working on the homework, might be willfulness, might be any number of things that just get in the way of being able to make progress. Once we have prioritized what behaviors we're starting with, we are going to target the highest level behavior that is on this list. So if we have anything in the therapy destroying behavior category, we're always going to address that first. And we're going to follow the same protocol for any of the behaviors we're going to address once we identify them as the priority. While we are identifying and working on a therapy interfering behavior, we are working on that behavior. Because behaviorally addressing one thing at a time is going to be most effective and least overwhelming to our patients and least confusing to our patients. So we're going to choose to prioritize that behavior temporarily, and we are going to temporarily ignore all of the other therapy interfering behaviors until we can finish our protocol with addressing the highest priority and then move down the list. So our first step is to define the target behavior to the patient. We're going to identify to them, do you remember when we oriented to DBT, we talked about that if there are any therapy interfering behaviors that we were going to work on those. And we were going to work on changing those so that therapy can be more effective. And I've noticed this behavior that feels to me like a therapy interfering behavior. And I'm wondering if you'd be willing to work on that. So we're going to define exactly in behavioral terms to the patient what that behavior is. I noticed that you picked up your phone when we started talking about that, or I noticed that you arrived 15 minutes late to group. We're going to then assess contributing factors, and depending on what setting you're in, this can look really different. I want to remind you, for group settings, unless we're addressing therapy destroying behaviors, we are not doing all of this in the group as a whole. We are doing this maybe one-on-one with someone before or after group, or we're doing this in individual therapy. This is not something to do in a group setting unless it is an immediate threat to destroy therapy. So depending on the setting we have available to us and the time available, we can do a chain analysis, which is going to identify the vulnerability factors, the contributing factors, the thoughts, the emotions that led up to the problem behavior, as well as the consequences, positive and negative, and assess all of those contributing factors. If we don't have time for a full chain analysis, which, let's face it, most of the time, most of us don't, we're going to look for some key contributing factors. So what was going on at the time that that behavior occurred? What was the person feeling? What were they thinking? And what led up to it? You know, did they come into the session knowing that their kid was sick at school, so they picked up the phone because they thought it was going to be the school calling? Or did they end up 15 minutes late for group because they got a flat tire or they missed their bus? So assessing contributing factors is really important before we really look to problem solve for ways to address those behaviors. Our next step, once we have adequately assessed contributing factors, is to form and adopt a problem-solving plan. So we're going to problem solve with the patient. We're not going to pretend that we have all the answers, and we're going to allow them to try on some different hats for size and say, does this feel like this would solve this problem? Is this worth a try? And give them room to give feedback, because what I think is going to work may or may not be what they think is going to work, and they may have very good reasons for why it won't work. So make sure to explore opportunities for them to contribute to that problem-solving process and agree to put that plan in place. And something that I loved as a strategy from my intensive training was the encouragement that if they agree to a plan for preventing that behavior from reoccurring in the future, you know, they're going to set themselves an alarm on their phone, or they're going to go home and talk to somebody about something, or put something in a safe location, then they're going to do it as much as possible right then in the session. So it's not just, okay, you should do that. That sounds like a great idea. It's, okay, so why don't you take out your phone and I'll wait a minute while you put in that reminder. So they have every opportunity to follow through with that in the moment. That may also mean, if it's something they can't do during session, asking them to be accountable and call you and leave you a message after they've done what they agreed to do. And holding yourself accountable that if you don't hear from them by the time they agreed on, that you're following up with them and saying, did you remember to do this? We're also going to address willfulness around addressing therapy interfering behaviors, because not everybody's super excited to address their own therapy interfering behaviors. I know this comes as a shock to all of you. So this is where we get into our next slide. And we're going to talk about addressing willfulness. There is a huge DBT protocol around addressing willfulness. And I really tried in preparing this slide to find a balance between addressing willfulness in the way that I would typically do this on my own in sessions during times when I'm not whipping out the sheet on addressing willfulness, and making sure that it's still following the protocol. So I'm going to speak to both as much as possible as I talk with you guys about this today. Again, if you have questions or comments as we go, please raise your hand and feel free to jump in. So when we notice willfulness, and I want to refer back to willfulness as that thing that is defined in the distress tolerance module under the skill willingness. And willfulness can look like a lot of different things. My personal favorite definition of willfulness was given to me by a patient who said, so basically willfulness is when you are either trying to change things that aren't yours to change or refusing to change things that are yours to change. So it can look like getting angry and fighting something. It can look like digging in your heels and refusing to do something. It can look like being a limp rag, being a rag doll and just going along with wherever life throws you and refusing to do anything skillful about it. So we want to start by first defining willfulness. And on the handout about willingness, there is a great laundry list of all the things that willfulness is and willingness is not. So I do want to encourage you to use that as a part of your orientation to your patients about willfulness. Once they have been oriented to willfulness, we want to frame willfulness as a barrier to progress in treatment. It is something that is normal for all of us to feel at different points in time. And it's something that's not helpful. It gets in the way of effectiveness. So once we've talked about all of this, we've done our orienting, we want to ask the patient if they are feeling willful. And this is important because what we interpret as willfulness may not be the intention of the patient. It could be that they're feeling fearful. It could be that they're feeling angry. It could be that they're feeling so overwhelmingly sad that they can't function. And the behaviors might be willful, while the actual emotions and experience behind them are something very different. So inviting feedback about what their experience is, and then puzzling through with them whether or not that might actually fit under the category of willfulness can be really important and helpful. We want to be clear as well about exactly what behaviors we're observing in very behavioral terms. So I saw, I heard, I thought when I saw. If their answer is yes to that question, are you feeling willful right now? If they say, yeah, I'm feeling willful, which surprisingly high amounts of patients will admit to if they've had willfulness, defined to them in very objective and behavioral and non-judgmental terms, which is very important. If they say, yeah, I'm feeling willful, then we're going to move on to the next question. If they say, no, I'm not feeling willful, we want to make sure that we're assessing exactly what they're feeling and inviting that feedback, and then puzzling through with them whether or not that fits under the willfulness heading. And giving what we call self-involving self-disclosure, which is just a really big DBT term for I'm being really clear about how I'm feeling about the behaviors that they're having. So, I totally get that you're feeling fearful. And when you shut down and stop answering questions, it also, it makes me worry that you're not getting everything out of treatment that you could. So I'm drawing the line between the behavior itself and the impact on treatment in order to help the patient to see what I'm defining as willfulness. And if we find out together that it's really not willfulness, then we abandon our willfulness protocol and we address it for what it is, which might be something that needs distress tolerance skills, or it might be something that needs emotion regulation skills. So if the patient says, yes, I'm feeling willful, I feel my voice going already. This is going to be a fun day. Bear with me. If the patient says, yes, I'm feeling willful, we're going to move on to ask them, are they perceiving a threat? Because 9 times out of 10, when someone is feeling willful, it's not because they want to be a pain in your rear end. It's because there is some threat that they are perceiving, either in something that you're doing or in a past memory that's being triggered by something that's happening. So encouraging them to give voice to what they are feeling as a threat can actually empower them to have more insight into what might be happening internally for them and to speak more about their needs. Once they can define what they are perceiving as a threat, which can range very vastly from, I'm feeling a threat of like, if I do this homework, I'm not going to have time to do anything else, or a threat of like, that doesn't feel safe for me to go talk to that person right now, and here's why. So when someone identifies a threat, our job becomes to help them check the facts as well. And that's using the check the facts skill. If a cursory check the facts, like what are the facts, isn't going to be sufficient. And we're also going to help them with assessing the probability that the threat is actually going to occur. If there is any type of a probability that that threat could occur, we want to be really clear about helping the patient to problem solve with that before we move on. Because if there's something that's feeling really threatening to them, they're not going to be able to engage effectively in what we're asking them to do. Moving on, our next step is to ask our patients if they are willing to work on reducing their willfulness once they have identified what the threat is. If the answer is yes, then we want to provide some coaching for them on using opposite action for the action urge that they're having as a result of their willfulness, and to encourage them to act opposite all the way and to be really clear about what behaviors we want to see in place of the willful behaviors. When we can get patients who say, yes, I'm willing to work on not being willful, we know we've gotten to the easier part of treatment. We're over the hump because that's where they are working with us now rather than against us. If the answer is no, I don't want to work on my willfulness right now, thank you very much, we still have some options. The game doesn't end there. One option is to help your patient apply the pros and cons skill to willfulness during sessions. And remembering that this isn't just about the pros and cons of being willful, but the pros and cons of not being willful. So both. And it's using that grid from the pros and cons skill of distress tolerance on the pros and cons of skillful behavior and not skillful behavior, because both have reinforcers and both have consequences. And acknowledging both can sometimes get people to a more balanced place where they're more willing to engage. Another really important part, especially once we've done the pros and cons, is to orient patients to contingencies and consequences. So, you know, I'm willing to respect the fact that you're not in a place to be willing and to puzzle through this with me. And I get that. Sometimes we're just not in that place. And I need to be clear that if you're not willing to work on this with me, there's not maybe anything else we can do during this session today. And we might have to end the session early, or we might have to move to safety planning if I can't be clear about feeling confident about your safety leaving the session. Really depends on what the circumstances are, but all actions have consequences, positive and negative, and orienting them not in a threatening way, not in a, you know, you better do this or else type of a way, but in a way where they can make informed decisions and be adequately oriented to the possible outcomes is important. This is where I also struggle a little bit, because one of the primary DBT skills of irreverence, which I encourage you to look up and learn more about in this book, is a therapist skill, is very important and is one that I struggle with a lot because I tend to be a very serious person. I tend to not joke around a lot unless I know somebody really well and how they're going to take my joking around. And DBT takes irreverence kind of to the next level. And in that way, we are encouraged in the DBT protocol to define willfulness as the mortal enemy of our patients. This is the mortal enemy of your goals and your progress, because when you do this, you are going in the opposite direction of those goals. So it takes me a minute to kind of put that hat on and get that sort of irreverent tone that is not condescending, but a little bit playful and engaging in a way that brings emotion into the conversation. But being really clear that when willfulness happens, it is the mortal enemy of progress, of reaching goals, and that being able to recognize that is important as you're weighing pros and cons. So we do also want to link willingness and overcoming willfulness as essential to obtaining our goals, and not just goals in general, but tie it directly to your patient's life worth living goals that you know they have. So, you know, if you want to get to a place where you can have meaningful friendships, where you can have that job that you want, where you can go back to school, being able to overcome willfulness is important and critical to that, because this is going to come up in other areas as well. We also want to make sure that if someone isn't willing to overcome their willfulness and work on it with you, that we don't just talk about contingencies and consequences, but that we follow through with them. So if we say to them, and it's reasonable to say, I'm going to have to end the session if this isn't something we can work on further today, don't keep the session going if you're not making progress with the willfulness. End the session if that's the contingency. If the contingency or consequences that you have to safety plan, don't beat a dead horse with continuing to try and drag them through the work on willfulness. Move to safety planning, or move to, you know, we might need to look at a CPAP visit now, whatever the appropriate contingency is, and not just because it's a threat, but because it's something that fits with that situation. All right. If someone is willing to work on reducing their willfulness, we want to assess what led up to the willfulness, when it started, and what might have prompted it. So we're doing a little mini chain analysis here. And then we're going to problem solve to identify more effective behaviors. So being really clear with them about what types of behaviors would be more helpful and working with them on identifying behaviors that feel doable to them. All right, we have wrapped up all of our clinical foundations for our 3-part training. It looks like we got one Q&A in the queue right now. If anyone else has questions or comments or feedback, please feel free to raise your hand, put them in the Q&A, and we can address them before we move on to our next module. So we have a question: how are therapy interfering behaviors different from what is traditionally called resistance? Whether psychodynamic or CBT or any other orientation, all address resistance of the sort described in this slide. Absolutely, yes. And I think a couple of things I want to say here. One is DBT behaviorally defines what resistant behaviors are in objective terms and in as non-judgmental of terms as we can identify. Because as a therapist, when we hear the term resistance, there are automatic implications that come with that of, oh, you know, this is a patient who's being difficult, or this is a situation where, you know, I know best and the patient is, you know, getting in the way of treatment. And the idea with addressing therapy interfering behaviors is that this is something that is built into treatment as a protocol for addressing these things that show up in all kinds of treatment. These occur everywhere. And in many other types of treatment, we don't have specific protocols for being able to address these behaviors in effective or productive ways, and especially for being able to address them in ways that feel okay to the patient. Can't tell you how many treatment team meetings I've sat through that were not therapist consultation team meetings for DBT, but treatment as usual meetings where there were conversations about, is this person really a patient? And, you know, is this someone who is appropriate to treat right now? Do they really want treatment? And the answer is, until we address this with our patients directly and operationally define to them what behaviors we're seeing that they might not even be aware of, what the expectations are, and what behaviors we're looking for, and problem solve with them for how to arrive at more effective behaviors, the behaviors they're displaying may or may not line up at all with our interpretation of those behaviors. Does that make sense? I hope that that's helpful in that question and addressed what you were looking for. If there are additional questions on that, please feel free to raise your hand or put something in the Q&A. If there are no further questions right now, we will go ahead and move on to our next set of material. Our next break is going to be for a Q&A at noon and lunch from 12:10 to 12:50. So we're going to keep moving and see how far we can get with things and go from there. All right, so moving on to mindfulness of others. And for this, we're going to return to our mindfulness handouts. And we're going to be referencing mindfulness handouts 1 through 5C. We're also going to take a brief look at interpersonal effectiveness handout 12, which is specifically on mindfulness of others. So we have an audience poll to get started with this, and Erin's getting that rolling out for us. And in this poll, I want to really encourage you to take a step back and dig deep into your own work with your patients and how you practice mindfulness in the work that you do with your patients and how that affects your work with them, because I promise you it does. It does for all of us. So in your current work with your patients, when you're looking at the how skills, non-judgmentally, one mindfully and effectively, which of the how skills do you feel are most important for you to beef up, work on, and strengthen in your own practice in order to improve your work with the patients you see? And even if you're not seeing patients, in order to improve your interactions with your family, with your coworkers, with the other people in your life. So we're just going to take another minute to give you guys a chance to reflect on that and respond. Looks like most of you have gotten, well, about half of you have gotten responses in, we'll put it that way. Give you just another second, and it looks like we've got an interesting split. So most of you said all of them are skills that you need to work on, which same, they are all related. And I think the more I work on these skills, the more I find it hard to work on one without working on the others. And it looks like next to all of them, non-judgmental stance was the biggest choice, or the most, the highest frequency answer for all of you, which is not surprising to me. Non-judgmental stance is not just the most challenging mindfulness skill for our patients. It is absolutely the most challenging mindfulness skill for us as clinicians, and one that takes a lot of reflection and, frankly, feedback from our colleagues to catch ourselves on, because it's so easy to go into judgment when we're talking about situations that are difficult, especially when it's a part of our culture to make judgments and to vent. And these are also not things that are super helpful to us as we're looking to solve problems and look at the causes of those problems. So thank you all for your feedback on that. I appreciate that. And I will make sure to have some extra focus on non-judgmentally as we discuss these skills moving forward. So mindfulness handouts 1, 1A, and 2. So mindfulness handout 1 is the goals of mindfulness practice. Mindfulness handout 1A is mindfulness definitions. And handout 2 is not a starred handout either. It is an overview of the core mindfulness skills. So just gives us an outline of what skills make up core mindfulness. And these are handouts that I am typically going to teach in the same way that I would originally teach them the first time around. And just invite feedback from people on different things that they do to practice mindfulness, where they'd like more work, those types of things. But there's not really a lot that you're going to do different for these handouts. This is a time when you are teaching this not for the first time, but for the second or third or fourth or sixth time, to try out adding some of the new material from the skills training manual. Because let's review, there is way more information in there than any human being could ever get to in one session in terms of each of the handouts. And if there's stuff you didn't get to last time, this is your opportunity to try out some different perspectives and some different options for addressing things. I also want to encourage you guys, if you didn't do part one, or even if you did and you would like a refresher, to go back and review the video from part one on teaching these first couple of handouts. There's a lot more specifics in that training, and short of reinventing the wheel and spending too much time on that today, I just want to reference you back there in the interest of time. I also want to say, as I'm turning the page, that I purposely did not do a re-review of the general handouts from the standard curriculum during this training, and they may or may not be handouts that you choose to use every time you do mindfulness. The rule of thumb is that if you have an ongoing skills training group, you are typically adding new patients at each mindfulness module. If you have patients drop out and there's room for new patients and you hold a waiting list. So if you have new patients starting group and they haven't heard those general handouts yet, you're going to do all of the general handouts with the mindfulness module for the first time through for any new participants, and everybody's going to participate in that. Likewise, if you're noticing things in your group that tell you that maybe they could use a refresher, or even one-on-one, that they could use a refresher on the general handouts from mindfulness, which are going to be the skills training assumptions, are going to be the options for solving any problem and identifying the goals of skills training, things along those lines. You can absolutely review them every time you do mindfulness, and you don't necessarily have to. All right, we are moving on to Wise Mind. And I want to encourage you, as you teach this for not the first time, that you do a basic review, because these are all skills that they make sense the first time that you hear them, and they are so helpful to hear again and again, because they're going to make a different kind of sense to people depending on the context in which they're hearing them. And once they've gained additional skills, going back and getting the nuts and bolts of skills like Wise Mind is gonna fit in different ways. And they're gonna start making connections between, oh, like Wise Mind is kind of also like the willingness skill. And I need to use Wise Mind when I do check the facts. And they start to make those threads of connection that are necessary to create a safety net of skills moving forward. So don't feel like you're wasting time if you're reviewing stuff that they've already heard. And I want you to frame it to them in those terms as well, that this is not me talking down to you by assuming that you can't understand a simple handout that we've already done. Quite to the contrary. I'm interested in what new things you can take out of this as we go over it. And P.S., we can all use a refresher on this stuff because keeping all of it in working memory all the time is next to impossible. So we're going to do that basic review. In the context of wise mind for being mindful of others, we're going to add in a layer of the importance of discerning what is your own wise mind versus what is the wise mind of somebody else. Because especially for patients with borderline personality disorder, many patients with trauma histories, that sense of identity and sense of self can be very chameleon-like in nature and can really change based on the setting that they're in and who they're around. And learning to listen to and trust their own wise mind is a very important practice and something that takes a lot of time and work to develop. So a simple question posed to your patient of, does that feel like that's coming from your wise mind, or does that feel like it's coming from someone or somewhere else, can be very important. What I don't have on this handout, and what I also want to add into this, is the dialectical opposite of that, which is the example that's given in the skills training manual for teaching wise mind, and the metaphor of wise mind being like going into the well within. And the way I understand this metaphor is that our basic skills and our basic level of awareness is like those old school wells that have a little bucket that drops down into them, and our bucket drops down and pulls some water out that represents our skills, and it brings it back up and applies it when it needs it. Wise mind as the well within is a way of busting through the bottom of that well, the gravel or the dirt at the bottom of that well, and pushing through to the aquifer that is feeding that well. So tapping into intuitive knowledge that we might not be able to put our finger on where it came from, but intuitive knowledge that feels like it is connected to a greater good or a higher power or the universe in general. So this, in some ways, may not feel like our own wise mind, and at the same time, it feels like our part to play out in the bigger picture. I hope I made sense of that, because this is one of the most challenging topics for me to make sense of as a clinician right now, and I'm getting there, and it's still not a fully formed understanding. I will get there one day. So we also want to orient patients to the use of the stop skill in order to ensure that we're using wise mind before important interactions with other people. And we want to orient to the fact that wise mind is embedded in the stop skill. It's that proceed mindfully piece of stop, with the reminder that stop is stop what you're doing, take a step back, observe what's going on both in and outside of yourself, and then proceed mindfully from your wise mind. I also like to invite feedback from patients the second, third, fourth time around through mindfulness on what their favorite mindfulness practices are for achieving wise mind, because different people identify with different things. And sometimes people come up with very cool ideas that are not in the manual and that I never would have thought of, but that make a lot of sense and that other patients can really benefit from. The serenity prayer can be one of these. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. It's that rational, emotional, and wise mind all in one prayer. It does or doesn't have to be religious in nature, but can be more of a mantra for some people in order to ground themselves. I also heard a really interesting take on this. I know I'm going to do another reference to Brene Brown here, so bear with me. But listening to one of her recent podcasts, she was talking about how she actually added to the serenity prayer as a means of helping herself to pause even more and make sure that she was in her wise mind. And I forget off the top of my head what specific words she added to it, but there were some very specific words that she added to the end that I really super liked, and that help her to not have the serenity prayer as just a reflexive and intuitive recitation, but as something that requires her to pause and think through it. I have a picture here that I used in a training I did quite a while ago now, where we use a metaphor of wise mind as recognizing that when we use binoculars, we can look out of one lens and see the rational part of things, which is going to show us part of the picture. We have the emotional side, which is going to have us looking through another lens and maybe show us a totally different part of the picture. And wise mind can be looking through both and seeing things in binocular vision. It can also be putting the binoculars down and looking at the big picture and everything that's around you. Looking now to handouts 4, 4A through C, and interpersonal effectiveness handout 12. So for handout 4, let's see, I'm going to back up and look at my slide because I want to make sure that I'm not getting too in depth with this and hijacking the flow of our training here. For handout 4, we want to be reviewing each of the 3 skills in detail. Don't fall into the trap that because it's the second time around that you're just assuming that people remember what's there, because I promise you they don't. They will remember what they think is there and not what is there. And it is always a good practice to go back and review in detail. And honestly, if nothing else, it's a good modeling for your patients that when they need to reference skills, they go back and read the whole skill and don't just try to call out from memory what they think the skill is about. We want to also give them context that we are repeating mindfulness, because it's part of the curriculum if you're following the curriculum, but more importantly, because when we are teaching interpersonal effectiveness, awareness of ourselves and our own needs, as well as others and their needs, and how we are coming off to them and vice versa, is absolutely critical to being able to be an effective communicator. So as we are practicing and finding opportunities to practice mindfulness, we want to add in opportunities to observe and describe the actions of others and to describe things that we see to others who may have a totally different perspective on those things. I'll tell you one of my many favorite mindfulness activities is in a group setting where people are sitting in a circle or a square, to put an object in the middle of the circle and to ask each person to describe what they see. And especially if it's an object that's going to look different from different angles, each person's description might be very different. So that can be a fun and easy mindfulness that doesn't take a lot of prep time to do with your groups. Or if you've got just a few people together, you can also do that with just two people. You and your patient can do that activity together, because if it's in between the two of you, you're going to see opposite sides of something. In terms of the participate skill, we want to particularly practicing participate with recognition of times that we're being distracted from conversations or interactions with others, because it happens all of the time. Our thoughts wander off to something different. I'm sure you can notice every great once in a while when I pause in my talking is typically because I'm thinking, oh my gosh, there's other people on the other side of this. I wonder what they're thinking right now. And I get totally distracted. And it takes a second to get back to where I'm at. So participate as being fully present in the moment and entering completely into the experience that you're having, forgetting yourself and forgetting self-consciousness. Not forgetting awareness of yourself, but forgetting that you're being self-conscious and worrying about what others are thinking. That practice, and this is very important to frame for our patients, that practice of recognizing when we become distracted and then refocusing back to our current interaction or our conversation or whatever it is that we're trying to participate in, again and again and again, is going to strengthen those neural connections, those muscles for maintaining focus and participation. And you guys may notice that I pause a lot less today than I did the first or the second training, because as I'm practicing this, I'm practicing a lot more just being present with teaching you guys and not worrying about, oh my gosh, I wonder what they're thinking about what I'm saying, which keeps me from focusing on what I'm saying. So the more we can practice with this, the easier it gets over time and the less frequent those distractions become. We want to encourage practice in the homework when we're leading up to interpersonal effectiveness and still in the mindfulness phase. We want to encourage practice for homework on mindfulness of things in an interpersonal context. So not just I'm being mindful of doing the dishes, I'm being mindful of eating my dinner, but I'm being mindful of a conversation with my husband. I'm being mindful of what my daughter looks like when she says something and how her voice tone sounds when I talk to her on the phone. Those types of things. And really encourage that focus in a different direction. So let's see, I'm going to go back because I really have my slides pared down in this training and I do not have a separate slide for interpersonal effectiveness handout 12. And I'm just going to reference that real quick. I believe that everything that I've just talked about are all things that are addressed in that handout. And I want to look to this to make sure. So yeah, it's going to address observe, describe, and participate in the context of interpersonal effectiveness. And this is not a starred handout. This is not a handout that is traditionally taught in a standard DBT curriculum. So I do encourage you, if you have the time in your teaching, to incorporate this handout in particular as you are going through the mindfulness skills before you teach interpersonal effectiveness. It can make a difference in the focus. And just a quick shout out as well to remind you that for each skills training session, regardless of the format that you're using, you want to make sure to not skip over assigning homework for the next session, because people can nod and smile and go, oh, this is great, this makes a ton of sense. And if they're not practicing it between sessions, I promise you, they are not going to benefit from it. So the more mindful you can be of assigning homework and following up on the homework at the next session, the more that they will have opportunity to be encouraged to practice these skills outside of sessions. Just want to provide a shout out and a reminder to you guys to raise your hand as we go if there are any questions, as well as add in questions to the Q&A. I'm only going to address the Q&A questions during the Q&A periods that are designated before the breaks. But if your hand goes up, I will do my best to pause at the slide that I'm at and address what your question is right then. Oh, we have a hand raised. Yay. All right, Stephen. I hope I'm saying your name correctly.
Steve.
Steve, welcome. Thanks for talking with us today. What is your question or your feedback?
My question is, could you take another moment to just discern the difference between your wise mind versus the wise mind of others? Why that's important, or in what way it's important, or how it works?
Yes, thank you for that question. So this is a reflection on rationally, when we all share the same facts about a situation, and when we are all oriented to the same set of facts about rules, regulations, expectations, cause and effect, our rational minds are going to be typically in pretty much the same place about things as other people's will be. If we're talking politics, that may be up to chance, but in other circumstances, when we've got clear facts about things, our rational minds are going to go in a certain direction. Where our own wise minds come into play are how we weigh in what the emotional part of our brain is telling us. So this is how we're feeling about that rational information. And there can be 10 different people all looking at the same set of circumstances and all in the same room together, and have 10 different sets of perspectives and feelings about the same exact set of facts. And our own wise mind is going to be a reflection on how we feel about that situation and the balance that works for us between the rational and our own emotional experience in that circumstance, rather than our rational understanding and what we think others want us to feel about that situation. Does that help?
Yeah, that was good. Thanks.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think in particular, that idea is going to come into play, especially for kids and adolescents who are really subjected to peer pressure a lot. I think something I find myself saying to my daughter all the time is, remember to use your own brain, not the brain of your friends, but your own brain about what's going on, because you've got a good one. So it's learning to trust themselves, to take into consideration what others might say. And it might be a fact that another person feels a certain way about that situation. And that might change the facts that we're orienting ourselves to. But we need to be clear about how we feel about the situation and what's going to work best for us moving forward based on our own values, goals, and priorities, which we're going to be talking more about, and which I think we did talk a lot about as well during the last training in emotion regulation. Any other questions or feedback before we move on with the house skills? All right. Thank you very much for that question, Steve. I hope that was helpful to more than just you. It was a great question. So for the house skills, we're going to be looking at mindfulness handouts 5 and 5A through C. And I know I didn't address the A through C specifically in the 4 level handouts for the what skills, and I won't address them real specifically here either, other than to say that being able to go through them with your patients at some point in time and encourage them to find ways to practice these skills if they're having a hard time doing that, or to find new ways of practicing them if the old ones are getting a little stale or they need to broaden their horizons, can be really helpful, because those are all just on different options for practicing them. So when we're doing the house skills with an interpersonal context, we want to be focusing on the application of the non-judgmentally and effectively skills to interpersonal situations in particular, because these are 2 that are really going to make or break how our efforts are perceived by others, as well as reteaching the fundamentals of each of the what skills. So we're going to focus on objective observations as an alternative to judgments, including thoughts labeled as thoughts and feelings labeled as feelings. No one can dispute that I'm feeling what I'm feeling. And no one can dispute that I'm thinking what I'm thinking. And my thoughts and my feelings are not facts about my environment. They're facts about me. And other people have their own thoughts and feelings, and both are important to take into consideration. We also want to draw some attention to the importance of thoughts and feelings related to historical context and the impact of history and historical experience on current circumstances. Because I might feel a certain way about something very differently if I had prior experience with it than I would if it's my first time around. I felt very differently, and in fact, was just talking with some of the other people here about the fact that I slept a lot better last night before this training than I did before the last 2, because I felt more confident coming into it, having the experience that things had gone well and that I felt prepared. Where without that historical context, I likely wouldn't have slept real well last night. Something as simple as looking at one of these things, a mask, is going to mean something very different to people now than it meant to people in pre-COVID times. So acknowledging that there is impact, and that impact is from the thought that this object draws up. It is not from the object itself. And the impact of that thought is very important to how we are perceiving this thing. I hope that that makes sense. Once we acknowledge the impact of the historical context and how that may or may not have primed the pump for our emotional and cognitive experiencing of the world around us, we want to draw attention back from that historical context and what makes sense in that context to the current set of circumstances that we are in. So we're moving from the broad historical to the specific current circumstances. And we want to find a dialectical balance between both, because both are important and they can sometimes be in direct opposition to one another. So we want to be focused on evaluating in the current moment what is helpful and what is harmful in the context of our current values, goals, and priorities, and make sure, in addition to that, because, as if that's not enough to wrestle with, that in addition to that, we're pausing long enough to evaluate, just a little bit at least, whether our values, goals, and priorities make sense in this circumstance. Do they still fit? Because the work that we do to establish what those are is pretty in-depth, and it's stuff that we don't revisit in depth all the time. And there might be some circumstances where we realize that because of information we've gotten about the world around us or about someone who's important to us or even ourselves, that our values, goals, or priorities might make sense to change in some way. And that's okay, so long as we can be aware of it. So the example that I give here is having a patient who has historically been stable, has been working full-time, and has come such a long way and has worked really hard to get where she's at, has gone from really struggling and being in and out of the hospital to doing fantastic, and hasn't been suicidal in a long time, and is holding down a job and doing really, really well. And for this patient, I might tend to be a little more lenient in terms of my attendance policy, because I know that she's going to be stable enough that if she's not showing up for regular sessions, she's not going to be in crisis. And B, if she's needing to miss sessions because she's calling me with enough notice, first of all, but also because she's picking up extra shifts and she's doing things she enjoys and she's making extra money, that makes sense to me that, maybe she have more opportunities to practice things outside of sessions. Now, if circumstances suddenly change and that patient is suddenly not stable, and she's maybe even a little bit or a lot bit suicidal, my previous approach of being really kind of overly lax on the attendance policy and really being supportive of when she needs to pick up extra shifts at work may not make a whole lot of sense, because if she misses a session and we're only meeting once a week or once every 2 weeks, there could be a lot of time that goes by, and that's too long if she's feeling suicidal. So under those circumstances, I'm going to be aware that I have the value of wanting to be supportive of her and wanting to be supportive of her employment, certainly. And I'm also going to be aware that safety is always a priority that's going to trump all else in my mind. And I'm going to be clear with her about that. And I'm going to be clear that until the safety can be under control, picking up extra shifts instead of coming to therapy sessions is not something that I'm going to be able to support or endorse. And that if that's something that's going to continue to happen, then we might need to have different conversations. There might be contingencies around whether or not we can even continue in therapy in a safe way. So I hope that's helpful as an example in terms of using the non-judgmentally skill and really trying to evaluate based on the facts of the current circumstance and the historical facts in order to find a way forward with wise mind. Orient your patients to the one mindfully skill in terms of the importance of this skill for forming and strengthening relationships. There was an incredibly powerful exercise that we did in my intensive training that elicited a very strong emotional reaction from me that I will not do with you guys because I don't want to risk making you really angry with me. But we did a mindfulness where we were paired with someone from another team that we had never met before and separated, and one person was asked to share something they were really excited about with that other person. And the other person, unbeknownst to the first person, was prompted to be as unmindful of that person as possible as they were telling their story. And we got together and I told my partner all about how excited I was that it was my daughter's birthday and that we were going to get to go to a Broadway show because my training was in New York City and my daughter got to come with me. It was really exciting and I was really looking forward to it. And I'm telling this person and he's on his phone and not even making eye contact with me. And I'm like, what the heck is this? And I'm kind of continued talking and the more I did it, the more that he started looking around the room and not even like giving me like presence of mind feedback. And it was horrifying for me. And I can tell you that as much as I know that that was not that person, and I know from what he said afterward that it like killed him to do that, I have very strong feelings about that person when I think about that interaction now. And the one mindfully skill is really about learning to be present with the people that we are talking with, to give them our undivided attention and to recognize that when we're doing things like, just shooting off this one text message or checking this one email or multitasking in our brains or not making eye contact with people, they do perceive that and it does impact our relationships. The stronger our relationship is, the more money that we have in the relational bank, and we'll be talking about that later on. But it also means that when there are hurts that happen in terms of one mindfully, and we don't have a strong relationship or it's a new relationship, the impact can be much greater. Encourage your patients and yourself to practice and practice and practice with these skills. It takes a lot to get through, and there is no perfect with mindfulness. It's a practice, and it's something that over time we can always improve with. We can always find different perspectives on and different ways to practice. So I'm seeing that we are at about 5 noon, and we are actually at a good stopping point right now. I'm a little torn because, let's see, I'm just going to look at where we are at in terms of the number of slides that we have. because we're at 25. I'm going to do just the first couple of slides for interpersonal effectiveness. And then we'll go to our question and answer at noon, if that's okay with you guys, because I want to make sure we keep moving on with this and that we have as much time as possible at the end to be able to address questions, as well as my personal favorite topic that we won't have as much time for if we spend too much time on other stuff. So I want to make sure we can get to behavior change, in other words, as much as possible. So interpersonal effectiveness, to start with, we're looking at the intro. This is on handouts 1 to 2A. And I'm just going to open this up in my own handouts. And handout 1 is goals of interpersonal effectiveness. So our first section here is the primary focus that we have in the standard curriculum. This is about being skillful about getting what you want and need from others. And this is really like the meat and potatoes of interpersonal effectiveness and what we're shooting towards as we're doing these in a group setting when we're coming from a standard curriculum. The second section, building relationships and ending destructive ones, is not a primary direct focus for most of the standard curriculum. They are side effects of the skills that we teach. And there are other handouts later on that do address them more directly. And those handouts are not a part of the standard curriculum. So if those are areas that you feel your patients need more direct work on, I would really encourage you to familiarize yourself with the non-standard handouts at the end and to use them one-on-one or even in a group setting as appropriate. Section 3, walking the middle path, is again not going to be in a standard adult curriculum. It is used for the adolescent curriculum, but I do want to remind you that for adolescents, this book is not standard best practice any longer. The Skills Training Manual for Adolescents by Rathis and Miller is going to be your standard of practice for that. You can absolutely do this with adolescents, and it is much more digestible and approachable for adolescents and families if you use the adolescent curriculum that Rathis and Miller put out. Hello and welcome back. I hope you guys had a chance to enjoy your lunches. And we are going to get started with our afternoon portion of the training with another mindfulness activity. This is one that's designed to be done in person. So I'm doing some adaptations here and going with the flow of our virtual training. And the title of this mindfulness activity is back-to-back drawing, because it is meant to be done literally like sitting back to back with someone else, so that you're close to each other, you can hear each other, but you can't necessarily see the same things that the other person is saying. So materials that you will need for this activity are a blank piece of paper and a writing or drawing utensil. And I am gonna play the part in this activity of the person doing the objective observations. And I am gonna describe to you, I've got a little picture on my phone, and I'm going to look at that picture and describe to you guys what I am looking at as I'm looking at the picture on my phone. And based on my description, I want you to do your best, and it doesn't have to be, a Rembrandt, but do your best to try to draw your rendition of what you think I'm describing. This is an activity that you can do with a patient one-on-one. This is an activity that you can pair people up to do in a group setting. Can be most helpful if you have time for each person to get some time being the listener drawer and some time being the seer of the picture / describer, and to talk about the difference between what it feels like to be in each of those roles. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury here today. I'm just going to be the describer because of our limitations around being virtual, and you guys are going to be the listener drawers. And I would really love and appreciate any opportunity that you guys will give me to have a discussion about this after we do this activity. If you want to raise your hand after we're done, when it's time for the discussion, I'd love your feedback. So let's see, I'm going to get my picture up here. This is actually one that I just found during the lunch break and had intended to print something off ahead of time, but that didn't happen. So we're going with the flow. All right, so when you're ready, I want you to get into a comfortable position. Pick up your writing or drawing utensil. And I'm going to tell you that there are 4 objects that I am looking at here. And they are dispersed across the page in equal distance, approximately, from one another. They all have approximately the same height. And they're made up of curving lines. So the object on the far left-hand side has a fairly straight line in the center that takes up about 1/3 of the page, centered on the left-hand side of the page. And there are 2 curved lines that come together to form a sort of oblong shape that is pointed at both ends. And one of the ends touches the longer line. So one of the points touches the longer line. There is another very similar shape to that the point of it also comes into the same point and touches the longer line. And the other point of it goes off in a different direction. On the top of the long line, on the left-hand side of the page, is, oh, this is a tough one to describe, is a shape that in my mind resembles maybe a part of an hourglass. It's round at the bottom of it, which the very bottom of it touches the top of the long line. And there are concentric ovals, having a hard time not drawing with my finger as I'm saying this. There are concentric ovals inside the top of the abbreviated hourglass shape. or what shape I would believe to be like the bottom, and then the smaller middle part of an hourglass in shape. There is a line that is curved to the right in a half circle from the far left-hand side of the concentric ovals down to the middle of the hourglass shape. That is the first object. There are 3 more of them. All of them are similar at the bottom, the line going somewhat straight up, if not in 2 broken parts. And the curved lines that come together to form like a pinched oblong shape coming out of the longer line. And then at the top of each of those 3 objects, all spaced equally from one another, are various, there's a single, do I want to say it's a single shape? There's an object at the top of each of those 3 lines that is squiggly and somewhat circular and or oval in shape. And there are squiggles and concentric lines inside of it. I will also say that behind those figures, and I'm noticing that the thought that I don't want to describe this as part of the picture, and it's part of what I'm looking at. There is a word behind those 4 figures that looks to me like a watermark. And that looks similar to what I've seen in other pictures where someone wants to retain rights to a picture so other people can't copy it without giving credit. And that word goes throughout the top of each of those objects. I recognize that I haven't told you what that word is. I can tell you that that word is made up of an S, an H, 2 T's, SHUTTER, STOCK across behind the tops of the images in more of a grayish than a blackish format. All right, so that's my description. I kind of stumbled through that. I hope that wasn't too ugly for all of you. I would like you to take a look at what you've drawn and reflect on how it felt for you to do this drawing. And I'm wondering if there's anyone who would raise their hand and be willing to have a conversation with me about what it was like to do this. Any brave souls out there? Not hearing from anybody yet. Oh, we have somebody. Teresa, thank you. Are you there with us?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you so much for bravely charging ahead with our discussion.
That was very difficult for me, and it took a lot of really active and careful listening.
I believe it. I believe it. Any thoughts or emotions that you noticed as you were doing this activity?
My thoughts were, well, my emotions were frustration and my thoughts were just kind of geared towards, remain objective and just what I'm hearing, try to picture that and whatever I'm picturing through what the words I'm hearing, and then just thinking about how I can use this with clients in like a skill like checking the facts and kind of using that. Like my brain was thinking ahead and using this as an example.
Making some good connections already, right? Cool. I will share that being the one doing the describing was also hugely frustrating because I could see what I'm looking at, and trying to put it into objective terms was an incredible challenge. I also had an idea of what type of picture I wanted to pick, and I think I picked one that was a little more challenging than I needed to make this. And I will say that this is, both of our experiences are very common experiences to have doing this activity. And I'm guessing not dissimilar to experiences that other people in this training are having with this activity right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if you're interested in seeing the picture that I was trying to describe, if we can get the camera to pick it up.
Yes.
Ready? All right, let me get in here and we'll see. All right. Can you see that?
Let me try to. I can't.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh, this is so weird because the computer screen is backwards from real life.
Can you tap the screen?
Yes, I can.
See it.
No, I'm so disappointed. That did not work well. Sorry, guys. So this is, maybe I'll describe it to you and you can kind of make out what's there. It's at the top of the screen because of course I can't figure out how to show this without getting my keyboard to disappear on the computer. And this is a series, and it keeps disappearing. A series of 4 line drawings of flowers. And I was going for the idea, the DBT metaphor of being a tulip in a rose garden. And so these are line drawings of tulips and roses. And there are 4 line drawings. The first is a tulip on the far left-hand side. Oh, I realize this is like disappearing like crazy. I'm so sorry, you guys. Is a tulip, and the other 3 are roses. So the idea was there. Execution, not so great on my part. I apologize for that. And I also want to say that this is totally something that happens in sessions and in groups, that you try out mindfulness activities and sometimes they go great and sometimes things come out of it that you don't expect to happen. And you go with what you've got. And a safe bet when that happens is always to encourage people to reflect back on noticing their thoughts and their emotions as they're doing the activity, because that is always helpful practice. And I will also say that in terms of doing this particular activity, I have had good success in the past with getting like kids coloring books. And rather than having people color them in, if they're coloring books of very well-known characters, encouraging them to describe the scene on the page rather than do the coloring. So that's another way to do this that can sometimes be a little more successful than the way I tried it today. And I hope that you guys could bear with me through this. Any additional thoughts or questions on this? All righty. Thank you very much, Teresa, for your help in this activity. So I'm just going to scroll back to where we left off, which is that we are getting back into interpersonal effectiveness. And this slide is on interpersonal effectiveness handout 2. And this is going to address factors that can interfere with our effectiveness with other people. And there are many, as you can see. We've got 6 different categories of potential barriers to interpersonal effectiveness. And this handout is really I think a great overview to help get people started with assessing what's getting in the way of them being as effective as possible. Because different factors can really warrant very different approaches to addressing them successfully and different problem-solving processes. So we want to use this as a sort of a rubric for assessment and encourage clients to do the same in terms of what combination of barriers or single barrier is getting in the way when they're attempting to interact with other people. The things that come out of this assessment can be a really nice topic for individual work further, because you're not always going to have time to address every single barrier, especially in a group setting. It can be helpful to give examples and to ask for 1 or 2 people to discuss what they've identified as barriers for themselves, and to use that as an example for others about how to work through this. And you're not going to do this for every circumstance and every group member and work through every single one, but encouraging them to bring this back to individual therapy and or do some work on their own with it outside of group can be really, really helpful. We want to also relate this to and return back to it later on in interpersonal effectiveness when we talk about identifying strategies to use when our skills aren't working. Because we may be applying some of the skills really appropriately and things are still not coming together. They're still really hard. And it can be really common in those circumstances for people to say, well, the skills don't work. Well, the skills work. It's making sure that you're being aware of barriers to the skills working, and it's making sure that you're using the right skills for the situation that you're in. So we also want to be aware of and orient our patients to the fact that each of these separate categories on this handout has a set of interventions that are going to be most appropriate for addressing it when that is the category that we identify as the biggest barrier. And to be sure, there are absolutely situations where we might have 2 or 3 or 5 barriers on the same situation. And in those circumstances, we're going to prioritize what's the biggest one, what's the one that's getting in the way the most right now, and we're going to work on that first, and then we're going to work our way down the line. And sometimes by addressing the higher order barriers, the lower order barriers disappear, and sometimes they still need work as well, and that's okay. So we'll talk more as we go through about what the interventions are for each of these, but I want to take just a moment and go through each of the sections, because this is a really, really important set of information when we're laying the groundwork for interpersonal effectiveness, and something to really not be skipped over if at all possible. So there are situations where people don't have the skills that they need. In that case, we teach them skills. We talk about what the circumstances are. We help them to identify what skills are going to be most helpful, and we teach them to use the skills. Problem solved. For the next box, you don't know what you want. This can be a really common one. And sometimes we just aren't sure what we want out of a situation. I've given some examples here, or at least prompted myself to give examples. And I want to talk about each of these as we go through, because this, even more so than the other modules, is a module where giving examples and allowing for role play and practice is really, really important. Now, I am the first to say I hate role play. It is not my favorite thing at all. I didn't even like it in college when I was supposed to do it. And the more that you can pull out of people engagement and role play, the more opportunities they will have for appropriate coaching in the moment on how they are applying the skills, and the more that they can see examples of how the skills can be applied. Because interpersonal effectiveness, more than any other set of skills, is very, very different to learn cognitively and rationally and go, oh yeah, that makes sense, versus using it and applying it, which is a completely different story. So really pulling out opportunities and writing down a list of some of your own experiences that you're comfortable using as examples for each of these can be really, really helpful. So for the you don't know what you want one, I gave the example of asking grandma to take care of the kids. I'm super lucky that my mom comes up from where she lives in the South and helps take care of my kids in the summer. I am absolutely blessed with that. And one of her primary purposes for coming up here is to help take care of the kids. And there are some days when like I kind of got it, like I'm, you know, are able to arrange my schedule and I don't need her to help. And I know she's here because I need her to help with the kids, and I don't want her to feel like I don't value her being here and like I don't need her here, because I do. And sometimes it's really hard to figure out what to ask for and what I want in that situation. So it can absolutely be a barrier to communicating effectively with someone if you're not sure of exactly what you're asking for. So emotions getting in the way is the next one. And when emotions get really big, especially in regards to a skills breakdown point, and if you don't remember what that is, I want to encourage you to reference our last training on emotion regulation, where I had a couple of slides and talked at length about recognizing the skills breakdown point and what to do when you're above and below it. When emotions are at or above the skills breakdown point, we do not have the ability to act as skillfully as we would otherwise. And the example I gave here was my daughter requesting to have her friends over to spend the night. And I really want her to have great social experiences, and I really want her to have fun. And I'm also super aware that like I value sleep. And that when she has friends spend the night, they're up really late and then everybody's cranky the next day, and it's super not fun for me or anyone else. And when she even brings up having friends spend the night, my emotions tend to go up pretty quickly, because I anticipate how difficult that's going to be. And my ability to have an appropriate and effective conversation with her about that goes down as my emotions start to go up. So when emotions get in the way, We want to be aware of the skills breakdown point. We want to be aware of whether or not we need to go to our distress tolerance skills and our crisis survival strategies to bring things down before we behave more skillfully. Or if we are below our skills breakdown point, but still the emotions are pretty high and they're starting to get in the way, we want to be using some grounding strategies to keep things coming down and to make sure that we're referencing back to the more rational parts of the interaction. Next category is you forget your long-term goals for your short-term goals. So the example that I gave here is that my dog is having a little bit of a problem with barking. And it's very embarrassing for me because I put a lot of work into her training and it's really obnoxious. She has very obnoxious barking. And I feel a lot of shame if I'm out walking her, or especially if I'm in the office and she starts barking. And when she starts barking, my immediate goal becomes to get her to stop barking. And my desire to deal with that shame and get it under control and get her barking behavior under control becomes my only focus. Where if I were able to step back and keep a bigger picture focus, I might be able to recognize that barking is not the end of the world, and that there are some things that I might be able to do more effectively if I didn't just focus on the barking behavior. So that's an example of a time where I kind of forget my long-term goals because I just want the barking to stop. So in this case, being able to use a stop skill, take a step back, look at the big picture, and proceed mindfully from your wise mind is really important. Also, being able to recognize proximity to skills breakdown point and the potential impact of emotions that might be getting in the way is important as well. Next category is other people are getting in your way. So I try to stick to a budget. I try to make sure that I'm not spending too much money on eating out every month, so I have more money to do other fun things. And on the whole, I'm pretty good with that. If I don't have people calling me up or stopping in my office and saying, hey, do you want to go out for lunch? Because I love going out for lunch with people and it's really fun. And sometimes very well-intended people get in the way of my ability to stick to my budget. Actually, it's me because I don't say no. And I worry that people might take it the wrong way. I get caught up in the moment. It's kind of a problem, or it could be if I let it happen too much. So when other people get in the way, there are a couple of different approaches here depending on the circumstance. And one approach is certainly a stop skill and a take a step back and a return to that idea that we talked about this morning of using your own wise mind and making sure that even though maybe that other person is really excited about going out to lunch, that you're also weighing the priority level in relation to that of sticking to your budget. So using your own wise mind is an important one. There may be some situations where other people are so powerful in the situation that you don't really have a choice. Like you kind of have to do it. Kind of like when your boss asks you if you'll do a presentation and it's one of those things that you really can't say no to, but it's formed as a question. And in that case, being aware that, yeah, you may have other deadlines and other things on your plate, and being aware that it might be a situation where others are stronger than you are and their priorities need to take priority for the time being because of that can also be really important. And asking for and granting to yourself flexibility in your other obligations as a result, or at least voicing to the other person the need to balance those other obligations and making sure that they're aware of the compromises it might cause in other areas. The last box there is your thoughts and beliefs are getting in the way. So this is where, like, believing that something shouldn't be as much work as it is can be a really big deal. This is where, like, believing that if I can see my patients and get my notes done and do good work, insurance should just pay me, can be a problem. Because there are some times where that doesn't happen and where I do have to call insurance companies and ask why a certain claim was denied or why payment hasn't come through for a session, or, you know, any number of topics. And reality is, using my effectively skill, I need to do what I need to do. And there are also times where my beliefs about what I need to do can absolutely get in the way of being effective. So let's see. I gave some additional examples here. I'm not going to get into detail about all of them, if that's okay. I'm hoping that I gave enough examples for this to be helpful. If anyone needs more examples or more ideas of how to address any of these, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I'm happy to talk further or answer any questions that you might have. I do also want to reference and point to a really helpful chapter in a book that I know I've talked about already in some of the previous trainings, called Burnout: The Secret to Unlocking the Stress Cycle. And it's a chapter called The Game is Rigged. And it's about recognizing that there are some circumstances where, try as we might and skillful as we aren't going to get what we're asking for, and it just isn't going to happen. And the power that there is in acknowledging and accepting and recognizing that that exists, and being able to adjust our perspective and or our approach as a result. Because situations where, regardless of our level of effectiveness, we just aren't going to get our needs met can be hugely discouraging and can really make us question why we're being skillful to begin with. So, you know, for example, that's a pretty neutral one might be, if you want to ask for a raise and you do the greatest job in the world asking for a raise, and your agency just doesn't have the money or the ability to give you one, that situation is bigger than you are. And it doesn't say anything about you. It means the game is rigged. There isn't a way to get what you want in that situation. So being able to recognize that and speak to that as well, I think, is important for our patients, and important to balance out with the fact that not everything is rigged. And there are still a lot of situations where effective and skillful behavior can absolutely make a difference, because both are important. All right, moving on to handout 2A. We've got another handout similar to the one in emotion regulation about myths or negative thoughts, which I tend to identify with better than the idea of myths, that interfere with interpersonal effectiveness. So we're going to address this handout similarly to the way that we address the same handout in emotion regulation. I like to have people read through it, check off the ones that they identify with the most, and then generate challenges to those thoughts that address the same subject matter and are grounded in reality, are something that they can believe, and that offer hope rather than despair. So this typically is not going to look like just stating the opposite of what's there, because if we actually believe what's there, just saying the opposite is not going to be very believable to us. But if someone were to believe, I don't deserve to get what I want or need, which is number one listed there, they might not believe the opposite, that they actually do deserve to get what they want or need, but they might believe that, say, I can be a better employee if I get what I need in this situation. Or I can be a more effective parent if I get my needs met in this situation. So we're still addressing the subject of getting needs met, but we're addressing it from a different angle that can seep in through those chinks in the armor of those beliefs and start to make a difference. We want to encourage patients, and there is a corresponding worksheet to this handout, and we want to really encourage patients to take the time to do the worksheet, to write down the challenges to the thoughts that they're having, and to reference it when they need it in the future. We also want to draw their attention back to that original CBT triangle that we talked about at the very beginning at the first training. The thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that are present in every experience that we have and that influence every experience that we have. Because just doing the things, the behaviors that can change emotion, many times is not enough. Being able to actually change the thoughts that contribute to emotions is many times just as important as doing the things. This is where the challenges to the myths come in. And this is where we can start to see a little bit of movement where someone is otherwise willful or not making progress. All right. We are moving on to obtaining objectives skillfully. Handouts 3 through 9. And keep your fingers crossed for me that my voice hangs in there through this. So, handout 3, we just have an overview of the different skills that we're looking at. So we're going to be talking about clarifying priorities, the dear man skill, the give or the dear give skill, the fast or the dear fast skill, and then factors to consider with intensity. It's a pretty quick handout to go through. You don't need to go real in depth because each of the subsequent handouts are going to do that for you. Handout 4 is our foundation for interpersonal effectiveness. And I like to start with a review of the CBT triangle and discussion again about what we mean by feelings, which is emotions and physical sensations, what we mean by behaviors, which is anything that a video camera would be able to pick up, and what we mean by thoughts, which is sort of that running dialogue inside of our heads, and the ability that we have to change each one. which is different for each and limited for most. And I encourage you to go back and review the first training if you would like a refresher on that one. So I want to say the metaphor that I use here of the three-legged stool, and I'm going to explain this a lot more, is not a Marsha Linehan metaphor to my knowledge. This is a metaphor that I have developed myself because it's something that makes sense to me. And I hope you can bear with me through this metaphor because it's a little odd, and I've taught this a lot to patients and it makes sense to the vast majority of them, which I'm pretty happy about. So it uses all of the DBT concepts. It just puts them together in a way that to me makes sense in terms of how they interact with one another. So the idea is that just like the triangle represents our individual experiences in any given moment, the three-legged stool is going to represent our relationship with another person and is going to be a snapshot in time of what that relationship looks like and how balanced or unbalanced it is. And I'll get a little corny with that metaphor in a minute, but suffice it to say that each of the legs of that three-legged stool is going to represent one of the three priorities in interpersonal effectiveness. And these are three things that are present in every interaction with another person. They're called the three priorities because they can't all be the most important at the same time. And in any given interaction, the order of priority for each of them might change. So, today when I'm talking to someone, maybe my self-respect is the most important because I just need to feel okay about how I addressed that situation after it's over. And maybe tomorrow I'm feeling like that relationship needs to be beefed up. And I'm really going to focus more on making sure that I'm strengthening that relationship. Thank you so much, Erin. Erin just brought me some tea. So I'm going to focus tomorrow maybe more on strengthening that relationship. And then maybe a week from now, I really need somebody to do something for me. So my needs or goals are going to be the biggest priority. It feels best to us typically when there can be balance within any given interaction, when each of these three legs of the stool can be addressed equally within the expanse of that one interaction. That's when we leave an interaction and feel like, okay, I feel good about where things are at. Because needs are being met, the relationship's stronger, and I can respect myself. Reality is that doesn't always happen. And we don't always have the luxury in every interaction of finding balance within that one interaction. So what we look for in regards to relationships is making sure that there is actually balance over time. So that if today self-respect is a little short and relationship is a little heavy, tomorrow maybe I'm shoring that up a little bit. Because here's where I'm going to get really kind of interesting in my metaphor. It's kind of like each of these three legs of the stool is like Pinocchio's nose, except for where Pinocchio, his nose got longer every time he lied. In this regard, the leg of the stool that is the biggest priority and that is given the most airtime is going to grow longer in the space of that interaction. So if we have a relationship where we only focus on strengthening the relationship and people pleasing and how that person feels about us afterward, and the goals and the self-respect are not really addressed a whole lot, we end up with kind of one of those circus tricks where we got the stool spinning around on top of a big pole, one of them, and we're trying to balance that, and it feels really precarious. Vice versa, if we're always pushing on the needs and goals, or always pushing on the self-respect. And if you think of it in terms of each person, for those two people who are in that relationship, each person has their own little triangle, and we got to balance both of those triangles on top of that stool. And the more off kilter that stool gets, the more likely one of those triangles is to fall off, and that relationship can kind of crumble. So we want to look to balance over time, and making sure that, you know, if I'm missing one end today, I'm shoring it up tomorrow, and vice versa, so that things don't get too unbalanced within a relationship where things can fall apart pretty easily. Trying to be aware of the time. This is going very fast. So we got about 5 minutes before our next Q&A, and I'm definitely going to get through the DEAR skill, and we may be finishing up the rest during the break, or after the break rather. If you have questions, comments, feedback, please feel free to add them in the Q&A. If I don't see any hands raised or questions posed, I will just keep teaching through the Q&A so that we can have more time at the end of the training, if that's okay with you guys. So if I don't see anything in there by 1:40, we will keep going until 1:50 when we've got our last break scheduled. All right, so the DEAR skill. DEAR is one of the most famous DBT acronyms, but it's usually along with Dear Man. And DEAR is what I like to call the what skill of interpersonal effectiveness. So if you think back to your mindfulness skills, we have the what skills and the how skills. The what skills are what you're doing, and the how skills are how you're doing them. The same goes for interpersonal effectiveness. So DEAR is what you're doing when you're communicating effectively. And DEAR is your blueprint across situations and across priority levels for making sure that you are interacting effectively and communicating effectively and thoroughly. Not every situation that we are in is going to require that we use all 4 steps. There are some situations where people know perfectly well what the facts are, and you know perfectly well that they know what they are, and you don't need to repeat them unless you feel there is any chance that they might not be oriented to the particular facts that you're paying attention to. Because we can all look at the same picture. I know I've got that picture of a stone wall there, and it's a picture of a stone wall, and somebody might be looking at the black-ish stone towards the top, and somebody else might be looking at that little sliver of a stone at the bottom, and they're all part of the stone wall. But orienting people to where you're looking, where you're paying attention, can be a really important aspect of the D for describe. Again, sometimes it's overkill. You don't want to kill a fly with a sledgehammer here. Encourage your patients to practice each of these steps. And once they get familiar with all of the steps and they can use them confidently, then they have the opportunity to start using discretion about whether they need to use the whole skill or whether they can shrink it down and still be just as effective. So we've got describe, we've got express, which is not about being quick about things. It's about communicating how we feel about the facts and not making assumptions that other people automatically know that just because we've shared the facts. We've got A for assert, which is don't just assume that because somebody knows what the facts are and knows how you feel about them, that they automatically are going to know what you want them to do about it, because there could be a lot of choices. And when we leave it up to interpretation, we sometimes don't get the answer that we're looking for. So assert is like ignore at your peril. I'm also going to say, and I've said it here in writing, reinforce is especially ignore at your peril. Reinforce is about being aware of the behavioral factors present in every interaction with another person. Every interaction that we have is either increasing the likelihood that they want to be around us again, or that they want to comply with what we're asking them to do, or it's moving them further from it. And we're going to be talking towards the end of our training, I'm hoping we'll have plenty of time for that, about the different behavioral factors involved in positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, shaping behavior, all of these factors that absolutely impact every single interaction we have with other people, whether we are aware of them or not. And when we choose not to pay attention to those factors could be working against us and we wouldn't even know it. So the R for reinforce is about making sure that you're using those behavioral factors and learning theory to your benefit, and that you are doing things, the behavior end of the triangle, you are doing the things that help that person to comply with what you're asking for or move along with what your goal is, rather than shooting yourself in the foot. I also encourage you, if you've never heard of it or checked it out, to check out the book, Don't Shoot the Dog by Karen Pryor. Karen Pryor is a behaviorist. She is primarily an animal behaviorist, is my understanding. And this is a book that we had as required reading for my intensive training with DBT. And it really breaks down each of the behavioral principles in very understandable ways, gives lots of cool examples, and kind of feels like DBT wizardry. It feels like magic when you start using it, and it can be a little bit dangerous. And this is where I like to tell people you need to use your powers for good, not evil, because there are people out there who love using this stuff to manipulate people, and that is not the intention of this information, especially of the interpersonal effectiveness information. This is about being as effective as you can be for effective and worthy and good causes. And I just said good, and I know that's a judgment, and helpful causes maybe. So, all right. I'm not seeing any questions in the Q&A. If there are any hands to raise for questions, now would be the time. If there are not, I'm going to move on to the man part of Dear Man, and I will just keep teaching for the next 8 minutes or so. We'll give you a second in case there's anybody. All righty. If you think of anything, I'm glad to interrupt what I'm doing and address any questions. You can certainly also put them in during the break, and we'll get to them at the last Q&A, because we're going into our last break for the day already. It's flying by for me. I don't know about for you guys. So page 2 of handout 5 is the MAN acronym. And this is not meant to be gender biased. This is an acronym. And Marsha Lenehan loves acronyms. And it makes it really easy to remember the skill. It is a label for the skill, and it's a label that also references the steps if you can get close to memorizing them, which does happen over time. And it can still be a little irritating that there are so many acronyms. So if you feel that way, I agree with you. So MAN is one of the acronyms that is a how skill for times when getting your needs or goals met is the biggest priority in that interaction. And we're going to use the MAN skill, referencing back to handout 4, in situations where we're trying to obtain our legitimate rights, where we're trying to get another person to do something that we want them to do, when we're saying no to an unwanted or unreasonable request, when we're looking to resolve a conflict, or when we're trying to get our opinion or point of view taken seriously. So questions we want to be asking ourselves about this situation are, what results or changes do I want from this interaction? And what do I have to do to get those results? What will be effective? So we're using our effectively skill here, and we're coping ahead before we dive in with asking ourselves, what do we want and what do we need to get it? I got a black box warning here. Use of this skill in isolation can absolutely compromise self-respect and damage relationships. This is not meant to be used to the exclusion of other skills. It is meant to be used in concert with and in balance with other skills. When we are using the MAN acronym of stay mindful, appear confident, and negotiate, we want to focus on the language that we choose, our body language. It says appear confident. So our body language and behavior, we want to practice and we want to coach patients on using body language that appears confident. It does not say be confident. It says appear confident. So when you get pushback from patients that like, I'm not confident in this situation, I can't act that way. Well, called opposite action. And it's called asking yourself what's going to be most effective. Yes, it might feel great to stare at the floor and stammer and whisper and I don't know. And that's probably not going to get the job done if you're looking to get someone to meet your needs or goals. So direct eye contact, sitting up tall, shoulders back, making sure to speak clearly and loudly and slowly, and practicing those things, because these are not easy things to do for everyone. Coping ahead can be really helpful with the Dear Man skill. Encourage patients to write out a script if they need to, and practice it ahead of time, even if what is written down doesn't end up being exactly what's said. They can at least have some level of confidence that they know how to address situations that might arise. The negotiate, the N in MAN, is a piece of this skill that is not needed for every circumstance. And it can be a really important piece of it if you've already tried the other stuff and it's not working real well. This is like your Hail Mary. So when things are being difficult and the other person's just not complying, we're going to be willing within reason, and we might want to even plan out ahead of time. What are our limits? How far are we okay with going with offering things in order to get what I want from this other person? Am I willing to do something for them? Am I willing to, compromise on other things? Consider reducing your request if that is appropriate, and not every situation is appropriate for reducing your request. And if it continues to be an issue, this is where we're going to turn the tables on the other person and say, this is being really difficult because I need to get this need met, and you're clearly not willing to prioritize this. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Can you come up with any other ideas that might help me get this need met if you can't do it for me? So the example that I give here, and we're going to follow up with this example later on as well, is the experience of riding in a car on a long trip, but not being the driver and realizing that you need to use the restroom. And different people can have very different strong feelings sometimes about whether or not they're willing to pull over because someone needs to use the restroom on a long trip, especially if they want to get there. So the idea here is, when we're using Dear Man in this example, we're being mindful of our goals. If the person shoots us down and says, no, I really want to keep driving, we're not going to be deterred. We're going to keep asking. We're going to be a broken record. No, I really, really need to go. We're going to appear confident, and we're going to practice our body language and voice tone around that. And within reason, we're going to negotiate. If we can stop now, then maybe I'll take over driving afterward. Or if we can stop now, I know it's going to put us behind. I'll help you with what you need to do when we get there. We're going to also use the reinforce a little bit and let them know of potential consequences that might happen if they don't pull over, like potentially ending up with a wet seat in the car, which wouldn't be fun for anybody. So that's Dear Man. I hope that was helpful. So we're starting with a fun little guy on our picture here that represents how some of us feel at times when we try like crazy to use our Dear Man skills and they just aren't working. So we're moving on to handout 5A and talking about how to apply Dear Man skills to difficult interactions, because it's a different set of skills than the typical Dear Man skills. So in this regard, sorry, centering myself on the video here because I got a little off kilter. And in this regard, we want to be aware that this handout is not a part of the standard curriculum, and it's something that can be immensely helpful to the majority of our patients if they can have access to this information. I really like to teach it if time allows, and sometimes you just don't have time. So you really want to weigh the needs of your patients and the time that you've got and arrive at something that makes sense from there. This is a set of skills that is critically important for patients who are faced with really challenging living situations and who might otherwise become really discouraged and just stop using skills because they feel like they don't work. This is going to refocus the use of the Dear skill onto the current interaction that they're in, rather than on the intended goal. So rather than describe the situation they're referring to, they're going to describe the current interaction. I've noticed that, or I see that, or I hear that are very helpful phrases to use to introduce this type of information. And we want to really coach patients to make sure that they're staying away from judgments and staying focused on objective observations. In regards to the express and assert skills here. We're going to focus on their feelings about the current interaction and their wishes for the current interaction. So we're going to abandon the goal that we're looking for, and we're going to talk about the interaction itself. We're going to make sure to continue using the appear confident piece of things, because especially in difficult interactions, people sense fear and sometimes prey on it. So the more confident you can coach your patients to appear, the more effective they will be in these situations. And you can add in the rest of the how stuff, the man skills as needed, but the focus is going to be on the interaction itself and not on what you're asking for. So the example that I gave here is trying to have movie night with my son a couple of weeks ago, and he had it in his head that it was going to be a really scary movie. It was not, spoiler alert. And he kept asking over and over and over to watch a different movie. And I very calmly replied that we were watching this movie and I was pretty sure he would like it if he would actually give it a try. And he just kept asking and it drove me insane. And so I had to shift my focus from focusing on trying to get him to watch the movie to describing to him, you've asked me 17 times now if we can watch a different movie, and my answer isn't going to change. I'm getting a little frustrated. I'm gonna express, I'm getting a little frustrated that I have to keep repeating myself. You aren't going to get a different answer. I would appreciate it if, this is my ask or assert, I would appreciate it if you could stop asking me if we can watch a different movie and come sit with me. The reinforce piece is also going to be really critical here, because if we're asking someone to do something different in the interaction, especially so we can feel okay and continue the interaction, and they're not complying with that, reinforce might look like ending the interaction and walking away. If we're just saying we're going to end the interaction and we continue engaging with them, it continues to feed and reinforce behavior that we don't want. So we want to be really clear about what we're reinforcing and how we're doing it. We also want to make sure that if somebody is changing their behavior as we're asking, we're not then berating them for having behaved the way that they were. We're reinforcing and at a minimum, changing the subject to something else, if not thanking them for changing their behavior, making sure that we're not punishing them for the very things that we're asking for. All right, so next handout is handout 6. And this is going to be the Dear Give skill. So reminder that we're using the Dear skill still as a rubric for making sure that we're describing, expressing, asking or asserting, and reinforcing. But the way that we're doing it is using the GIVE acronym. I want to be clear that when the relationship is the biggest priority, this is not about being a doormat for other people. This is not about not having self-respect or compromising your own needs to a ridiculous degree. But this is about leaving other people feeling like they want to have more interactions with you after the interaction is done. So another black box warning here. when used in isolation, this can have the effect of compromising your self-respect and compromising your ability to get your needs and goals met. So this is where, if you ever met anybody who's really, really nice and good at, just meeting everybody's needs and, warm, fuzzy type of person, but also doesn't usually ask for what they need, and also doesn't really feel great about the fact that they never ask for what they need. This might be someone who's using the give skill too much and balancing their stool on that one leg, which is a pretty precarious place to be. So finding balance over time between all three of the house skills for interpersonal effectiveness is going to be really important. When we use the give skill, non-judgmentally and one mindfully are really important. And I think I talked quite a bit earlier about my experience with that exercise where someone wasn't mindful and did a really thorough job of not being mindful when I shared really exciting information at the training that I attended. And that imprinted in my brain. And when we don't attend to people, which is one of the lower order validation skills that we're going to be talking about in just a minute, people notice. And it's a very easy thing to do, to just look at someone when they're talking to you and be present with them and not be multitasking and doing other things. It's a very simple concept. And it's not easy to do. And we get sidetracked all the time, and we do things that we don't intend to people we love and care about. And this can damage relationships. So focusing on the one mindfully skill is very, very important. Non-judgmentally is also a really important piece of the give skill. And this is going to be more related to the higher order validation skills, because acknowledging and validating that things make sense in the context of the causal factors for those things is a really important way to validate others, and something that can absolutely be done in a non-judgmental, objective way that isn't just people pleasing, that is actually grounded in reality. I want to make a note, and we're not going to go over it here, but I want you guys to be aware that there is a handout that is, again, not a part of the standard curriculum that I like to work with individually with a lot of my patients. I have taught it in group a handful of times when I've had groups full of people really struggling with borderline symptoms. And it's not part of the standard curriculum. That's Interpersonal Effectiveness Handout 18. And it's on recovering from invalidation. If you choose to teach that handout, I want to really encourage you to look at the teaching notes first, because there's a really helpful intro to that handout that is not referenced in the handout itself at all, that has to do with recognizing and categorizing levels of invalidation and then being able to know what to do with them. Can be a really, really helpful supplement for people who need that information, and again, not a part of the standard curriculum. So we're going to talk about validation for just a second. Validation is one of the 4 skills within the give skill. It's the V in give. And we've got a couple of different handouts that address this in different ways. So this is referencing Interpersonal Effectiveness handout 6A, expanding the V in give. And interpersonal effectiveness handouts 17 and 18. So 17 is validation. It's all about kind of why we validate and mechanics behind validation. And 18 is a how-to guide to validation, which is going to address each of the 6 levels of validation identified in handout 6A, but go into a lot more detail for how to do each one. None of these are in the standard curriculum. These are not starred handouts. And I make these a part of my standard curriculum because I feel like having the fundamental skills for how to validate someone can be very confusing and something that isn't a real intuitive thing. People think they're doing it when in fact they might actually be doing the opposite. So I want to draw your attention to the fact that there are 6 levels of validation in DBT. As therapists, we are already trained in most of these levels, if not all of them. It is also important to teach our patients how to use these skills because they are not just for therapists. They help with relationships for anyone. Levels 4 through 6 in DBT are going to give us the biggest bang for our buck and are really going to pack a punch in terms of like people receiving that as really truly validating. Levels 1 and 3, if not done effectively and skillfully, can actually sabotage your efforts to use some of the higher level validation. Number 1 is pay attention. If you are answering phone calls and texting people while you're trying to validate someone, they're not going to think you're real invested in your validation. And the read minds idea is about being sensitive to what's not being said and offering interpretations of what might be going on. It's not about telling people what they're feeling, which can feel really invalidating if you get it wrong. That said, level 6 is a really fundamental skill for the patient-therapist relationship in DBT. Level 6 is about, I'm not more important than you, you're not more important than me. We both bring important things to this. And being yourself and being honest about what you're thinking and feeling. We want to be sure as we are validating and as we are coaching our patients to validate each other and then other people in their lives, that we are only validating the valid. We don't want to be validating things that are not justified and not grounded in fact. So, for instance, if I have a patient who had a really negative experience with a previous therapist, and they come in and they're really upset and they're recounting to me what happened with this previous therapist, and they're angry and they're hurt and they're sad, and they have come to the conclusion that this is someone who shouldn't even be practicing therapy. And, you know, how can they even have a license? I'm going to validate for them that it makes sense that you're feeling really angry and sad if you had those experiences. It is valid that they feel that way, because let's review emotions, when labeled as emotions, are objective observations. They are worthy of validation. We can also validate thoughts. I can see where you would think that it might be maybe inappropriate for that person to do those things to other people. What I'm not going to validate are things that I don't have enough information to validate, or things that just aren't correct or accurate. And if that person is saying things like, well, that person didn't even give me a diagnosis. Well, maybe they didn't discuss a diagnosis with them, but if they were billing for sessions with insurance, I guarantee they gave them a diagnosis. So I'm not going to validate things that have a chance of being inaccurate. I am going to validate things that are valid. And this is what was described in the intensive training as finding the golden nugget, the kernel of truth in a bucket of sand. So I'm going to really hone in on what I can validate, and I'm going to either ignore or gently correct facts, offer to correct facts on things that might not be accurate or things that we might not have enough information for. Keeping in mind that if my goal is to strengthen the relationship, I'm not going to shove those facts down their throat. I'm going to really focus on the validation. We also want to not automatically assume that patients automatically understand why we need to validate. We do it all the time. They know it feels good, and they might not understand what it's going to get them in their own relationships. So we want to really address any cognitive barriers they might have around this. Oh, if that person isn't going to validate me, then I'm not going to validate them either, those types of things. And we want to talk to effectiveness. We want to talk to self-respect and feeling like you're doing what you can in the situation, regardless of what the other person is going to do. Last of the 3 skills is the dear fast skill. And this is for when self-respect is the biggest priority. And very typical for patients to assume in this circumstance, like, yeah, self-respect, that means that I get to be really clear about why they're wrong and I'm right, because that's self-respect. No. Self-respect from a DBT perspective is about how you feel about yourself after the interaction is over, after the dust settles, and being able to feel like you acted in a way that was in line with your values, your priorities, and your goals, and making sure that you're not right fighting or focusing on just winning the argument. So your goal is to feel okay about yourself after your emotion mind settles down. Another black box warning: using this skill to the exclusion of the other 2 how skills for interpersonal effectiveness can absolutely compromise relationships and getting goals met. Balance is needed. So our goal is to balance dialectically fairness to ourselves and fairness to others, rather than polarizing in order to find balance, only doing what I need and then only doing what you need. This is about finding balance. And sometimes this is within the same interaction, and sometimes it's over time. And to try and get things to move towards the middle and be able to acknowledge both sets of needs. This is also where that work that we did in emotion regulation about clarifying your values, not others' values, not other people's wise minds, but your own wise mind, is really critical to feeling okay about yourself afterward, because no one else has to live with the outcome of your actions besides you. So my example that I gave here was addressing a patient who isn't engaging in treatment. And, I might really like this patient and I might really want great things for them and believe that if they did work in a different way that they could benefit more, and they're just not doing the work. And from a relational perspective, it might be easier to just kind of let things slide and talk about superficial topics for a while longer. And from a goals-based perspective, it might be easier to really kind of hammer on, we need to get these things done. This is what needs to happen. But from a self-respect perspective, I want to feel like after a conversation with a patient about this, and especially about therapy interfering behaviors, that as a therapist, I did everything that I could to be effective in communicating behaviorally what my expectations are, what I'm noticing in their behaviors that are being different from what I'm asking for, and that I'm really trying to engage them in that problem-solving process. And regardless of whether we get those goals met of them engaging better, or regardless of whether they really like me a whole lot afterward, at least I can feel good as a therapist knowing that I did everything that I could. So that's the FAST skill. And FAST is be fair, no unnecessary apologies. So we're not going to over apologize. We're going to stick to our values and we're going to be truthful. We're not going to exaggerate the truth. We're not going to lie about things in order to try and motivate someone to do something. All right. So that wraps up our meat and potatoes of, I'm sorry, I don't have a different analogy for that. Meat and potatoes of interpersonal effectiveness, what we do when we're trying to be effective and how we're communicating. Our next handout is handout 8, and this is on levels of intensity and how to evaluate how intensely or softly to ask for something or to say no to something. Asking for something from others or saying no to an unwanted request are typically two of the biggest areas of challenge in interactions with other people. And these are going to fit typically with circumstances where we're looking to get goals met, but getting the goals met may or may not be our biggest priority in that situation. So page 1 here is going to orient us to various levels of options for responding with various levels of intensity, ranging all the way from super low intensity at a 1 to the point of not even asking for things and not even hinting for things if your goal is to ask for something, and going along with whatever the person is asking you to do. If your goal is to say no, that's going to be our lowest level of intensity. And our highest level of intensity at a 10 is going to be in the area of asking for something, asking and not taking no for an answer. And in the saying no column is just don't do it. I want to point out, and I frequently point out to patients that the only category here that is not going to give the other person some sort of right to influence the outcome of this situation is a level 10. There are 9 other levels that give various amounts of vulnerability to the other person's wants or needs. That means that our only 2 choices aren't just saying yes or saying no, asking or not asking. There's a whole spectrum of levels of intensity in between that are possible. So we want to really check the facts here and also say, before we even get into this handout, does the other person really have a say in this situation? Or is this a situation where, like, these are our legitimate rights, they really don't have a say, and I need to be telling rather than asking? Because there's a very big difference between the two. And if someone really truly doesn't have a say in it, and we ask their permission, it implies to them that they do have a say. So we want to be clear about the circumstances and whether or not legitimately the other person has a right to ask us to do things, or we have a need to ask them to do things, or if they just need to be told this is what we're doing. So let's see. Moving on to pages 2 and 3 of this handout. We have a lot of different factors to consider, 10 in fact, as we are deciding what level of intensity to use when we are asking for something or saying no. All of these can be really, really helpful when we are practicing coping ahead with an anticipated conversation, interaction, or event. It is not always practical to go, wait, let me whip out my DBT worksheet and you hang in there while I take 20 minutes to go through these 10 items and decide how I'm going to ask you to do this. That just not very effective, right? So this is more for use in a coping ahead type of a way. And I will also say that the more that people practice coping ahead with this, as well as after the fact, like post-mortem examination of not so hot conversations that we don't feel great about, and doing chain analysis on those, we can also pull apart where things fell apart and what might have been more effective in that circumstance, given this 10-item checklist to go through. And the more that we practice both of those strategies, the coping ahead and then the dissection of things afterward, the more that we become familiar with each of these items, and the easier it becomes to do these things kind of as second nature and to take these into consideration without having to think about it quite as purposefully as we would otherwise when we're learning them. In particular, items 2 and 3, identifying your priorities and your self-respect, are going to be really, really helpful for problem solving ahead of time and coping ahead. Those sometimes take a hot minute to figure out. And if you can do the legwork ahead of time, it can go a long way towards increasing your effectiveness in the moment. We also want to really lean on our effectively skill here. And I want to point out that if it is an appropriate time in the number 10 timing, if it's an appropriate time to ask someone, we are actually going to increase the level of intensity in order to make sure that our needs get met, rather than decrease it, which is always my intuitive response, oh, it's a good time, so I don't have to ask as intensely, because I can probably get away with just kind of beating around the bush and they'll figure it out because they're really open to it right now. Not an effective strategy. When it's a good time to ask, we are going to be most effective and have the best chance of a positive outcome if we can strike while the iron is hot and strike hard. We want to be really clear, really direct, and go for it, rather than beating around the bush and hemming and hawing about it. I want to draw your attention as well to worksheet 6. And I know I have not referenced the worksheets in most of this training, but this is a worksheet that I actually use in group quite a bit. I use in individual sessions every once in a while when we're working on this skill, and it's called the dime game. And it's really kind of fun. The idea is you have 10 dimes, and you can actually use real dimes for this. And it gives a little worksheet to go through, and you identify the situation that they're in. And I believe, let me make sure that I'm not speaking out of turn here. Every time that you answer yes to one of these, yeah, so every time you answer yes, you're going to put a dime in the bank. So the first question, is this person able to give or do what I want? Answers yes, 10 cents. And go down the list. And when you've asked all of the questions, you count up how much money you have. And the next page in that worksheet is going to identify, based on how much money you have in the bank, what level of intensity to use. So it's a really straightforward and fun way to do this, and give some really concrete feedback on level of intensity. Also asks for adjustment based on wise mind, which is meant to say, look at this with wise mind, look at what it's encouraging you to do from the results. And if the result feels good and matches with what your rational brain says, then go for it. If it's something that just is not setting right with you, maybe adjust it a little bit one way or another, depending on what your gut is telling you in this situation. Because this is not going to be the end all and be all of everything, but it's going to give a good starting point at least. So the example that I gave here, and just due to time, I'm not going to jump into this really in detail today, but going back to that example of asking a driver to stop for a bathroom break during a long trip. This is going to be under the how strongly to ask for something category. And we're going to go through each of these questions. And depending on the answers to each of these, I'm going to decide exactly how intensely it makes sense to ask that driver to stop. Am I not even going to say anything because it's really not a priority right now, or they don't have the ability to stop? Maybe we're riding on a train and they can't stop the train. Or is it a situation where I need to be really direct and I need to not take no for an answer, or they're going to have a wet seat? So, there's levels of various intensity in between. And I really encourage you in your consultation teams to practice this, because it can be really interesting and fun. And it just gives a different perspective on using this skill. All right. Moving on to interpersonal effectiveness, handout 9, troubleshooting when things are not working the way that you hope that they will, because this totally happens like a lot. And being able to problem solve for what's actually getting in the way and why can really go a long way toward getting people back on track with using the skills, rather than allowing them to lean on the famous skills don't work for me, or I just can't do the skills. So this is going to reference back to that earlier handout at the beginning of interpersonal effectiveness about barriers that get in the way. And this is a checklist to go through with your patient, or to encourage them to go through on their own, where they can identify for each one, is this an issue, or do I move on to the next one? Until you can identify all of the areas that are being problematic, and hopefully do things that will rectify some of those. Whether you choose to problem solve right away as soon as you get to one that's an issue, or go through all of them in inventory and then prioritize from there, either is fine. And I would encourage you certainly that if you identify that, or have the inkling that emotions might be getting in the way and someone might be beyond their skills breakdown point, addressing emotional vulnerabilities, like, do you need a snack? Do you need a water? Like, are you dehydrated? Do you have low blood sugar? Things like that, that can be fixed quickly sometimes, can go a long way. And helping to coach them through the crisis survival strategies so that they have the opportunity to bring their distress level down below the skills breakdown point, and they can then address some of the other items more effectively, can also go a long way. So the example that I gave here is a woman who wants, and I think I gave this example last time as well, woman who wants to be nicer to her husband, and her goal is to increase her give skills. She wants to strengthen the relationship, but she also doesn't acknowledge the impact of his abuse. And the fact that if she were to acknowledge that, the priority might actually be getting goals met and self-respect, goals being like safety and emotional safety, and self-respect being that she can feel okay about herself after the interaction is over. So that might be a situation where assumptions and beliefs get in the way, like she just believes that she needs to be a kind person and doesn't look at the big picture. That may also be a situation where her emotions are getting in the way, and for very good reason. And that may also be a situation where the environment is more powerful than her skills. Try as she might, she wants to be kind, and her husband just won't let her because he punishes her for it. So these are all things that can happen. And, you know, as well as making sure that you have the right priority in that interaction. So we've got a poll. This is our last poll for today, I think. Don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure it is. And in this poll, I want you to reflect on your own work with patients again, and really dig deep with that and ask yourself, in your work with patients, and it's okay if you focus on just one patient because it might be different from person to person, patient to patient, but in your work with your patients, which leg of the stool, goals and needs getting met, improving relationships and self-respect, do you feel would benefit from the most work in terms of your own practice and improving your own skills? Because as much as we teach these skills to our patients, they are also super important for us to be using in order to be effective therapists. So it looks like we got a lot of answers coming in, very exciting. And we do also have a choice of, I feel like I've got a pretty good balance right now. It looks like we're getting a very close split between things right now. There's still answers coming in. We got about half of you have responded so far. We'll give you just another second because I know that there's a lot to read there. And looks like we've got a fairly even distribution, with the self-respect thing coming in a very close third, but a fairly even distribution between the rest of them, which is very interesting to me. I want to encourage you all to continue asking yourselves these questions, because these are moving targets in the work that we do, and our effectiveness in one session might be radically different from our effectiveness in the very next session with the same person, or might look really different than our work with a different patient. So I want to really encourage you to keep asking these questions of yourselves and reflecting on your own work as you move forward. All right. We made it to behavior change. We have got a couple of minutes. So the behavior change strategies are in Interpersonal Effectiveness, handout 20 through 22. And I know I am encouraging unhelpful behavior by encouraging you guys to enter questions into the Q&A for the last Q&A period sooner than later, just so I can have a heads up around who has questions to address and how to pace things, because I can talk about behavior change for a really long time if I've got it. It's one of my favorite sections, and I'm going to do my best to pace myself to make sure that we have time to address questions as they come. So if you've got questions, feel free to use the raise your hand button. If you'd like to give feedback or comments, whatever you guys feel would be most helpful. I want to make sure that if there are things that you want to address, that we can have a little bit of time to do that. And if I'm not getting prompts that there is a need for that, I will talk about behavior change until 3 o'clock, because I'm totally good with that. So behavior change skills are not a part of the standard curriculum. And I wish they were. And I personally, after having taught them for a couple of years, make them a part of my own standard curriculum, because they are absolutely factors that impact people's effectiveness. And without awareness of how to influence these in a helpful way and a skillful way, they can become a train wreck really fast, and people can shoot themselves in the foot without even knowing that they're doing it. So these are things that, while as therapists, we usually receive some level of training, even if it's just in a human behavior class or an intro to psych class in college. We typically have some understanding of learning theory and behaviorism. And what I've found in my experience is that most of our patients do not. And it is very rare that I have 1 or 2 patients in group who actually have any understanding of this information. So we want to ignore this information at our peril and take the time that we have to be able to teach and explain and encourage practice with our patients, because it can pay dividends in terms of their effectiveness moving forward. And PS, it can be a really fun thing for them to practice on their families. So we also want to remind our patients with interpersonal effectiveness in general, and especially with the behavior change strategies, that we use our powers for good, not evil. And we want to make sure that the way that we're applying behavior change strategies is respectful, and that we are taking into consideration that we are typically not using these with lab rats or even with the family dog, even though it's super helpful in those circumstances as well. We're typically using these strategies when we're teaching them in interpersonal effectiveness with family members, with friends, with colleagues. And we want to make sure that we're not talking down to people or implying that they're not human beings. There's a great episode for any fans of Big Bang Theory where Sheldon is trying to shape Penny, I don't remember to do what, by feeding her chocolates every time she does something. And it works until she figures out that he's feeding her chocolates every time she does it. And then she feels kind of talked down to and marginalized, and she stops doing it. And instead of a reinforcer, it becomes a punisher. So we want to be aware of respect as a reinforcer, first and foremost. In regards to, and I'm going to keep teaching unless I see any hands or questions in the Q&A portion, not in the chat portion, but in the Q&A. So I want to say, short of teaching you all the behavior change skills, which we can talk about if we have time, but I want to orient you to shaping, which is addressed on handout 20, as reinforcing small steps toward developing the behavior that you want, and keeping this in mind for yourself as a clinician, as well as orienting your patients to this, so that they can have more realistic expectations of their own behavior as they're learning skills. So orienting them that the first step as we learn new skills is to learn the skill, to get familiar with it. And then we start to recognize situations where the skills could have been helpful. And, you know, now we're no longer reinforcing that, like, oh yeah, you understand the skill now. Now we're reinforcing, yes, that's a situation where you could have used that skill, right? After that's pretty solid, they're going to start to catch themselves in the moment once they can start shrinking that time between recognition of situations where they could have used a skill and the situation actually occurring. So this is going to get closer and closer together until they can actually start catching themselves in the moment and applying skills as the behavior is happening, interrupting the behavior to use the skills. And eventually they're going to start to be able to prevent situations from occurring at all through using skillful behavior. This is a progression that happens over time, and it is not realistic for you to expect of your patients or them to expect of themselves that just because they've learned a skill, that they're automatically going to solve all their problems right away. and that they're automatically never going to have any problem situations come up again, because it happens. We also want to make sure to caution ourselves and our patients about intermittent reinforcement, that if we have been reinforcing a behavior intermittently, that it can be really, really hard to get rid of if we're looking to change that behavior. And that there is an extinction burst that comes with every time we try to extinguish a behavior, in which that behavior actually becomes more intense before it starts to decrease in strength, which is known as the extinction burst. And if we aren't oriented to this, it can feel and look like what we're doing isn't working, and in fact is actually making things worse, and can lead us to prematurely stopping what otherwise would have been a really effective intervention. So orienting ourselves and our patients and reorienting to that is really, really important. I see that we have a question. We're going to get to that in just 1 second. I'm just going to get through the last 2 bullets here, and then we'll go ahead and address the question. We want to validate for our patients that it is normal, and we are raised in a culture where punishment is used liberally and freely. And there are beliefs within our culture that sometimes punishment is the only effective way to hold people accountable or to change behavior. And the fact is that that isn't true. And that positive reinforcement and negative reinforcement, removal of a unwanted stimulus, can actually be more effective in changing behavior, because punishment has some really unwanted side effects, like resulting in avoidance of the person who's doing the punishing, which can be really confusing if you're the one punishing yourself for something. And we want to validate the urge to punish, but we also want to talk about the pros and the cons. And we want to talk about the effectiveness and what's going to get us to our goal most quickly. All right, we got just a couple of minutes remaining. We have one question. It says, in my practice, sometimes therapy interfering behaviors and the need for utilization of work to improve those happen not with my clients, but their parents. Any ideas of tips for successfully navigating this with people with whom you don't always have a close therapeutic relationship? Oh my gosh, this is such a challenge. And I'm so glad you asked this question, Christine. Thank you. So this is something that can be a real challenge. And this is something that we want to be very mindful of, the power of our relationship in the context of the work that we're doing. And this is actually a really great place for us to wrap up, because this is a very strongly held clinical value of mine, that the relationship is the foundation of the work that we do. We want to be mindful of making sure that we are tailoring our interventions and the intensity of our interventions to the situation that we are in and to the amount of money we've put in the bank in terms of that relationship. So if there is not a lot of money in that relational bank account, I am going to lean a lot more heavily on my give skills, certainly not to the exclusion of the man and the fast skills, but I'm going to be much more gentle, and I'm going to invite and elicit a lot more feedback from someone that I don't know well versus someone that I've got a really good ongoing relationship with. Because I probably don't know how this person operates, and I can make assumptions based on what I've heard from my patient. But if I haven't interacted directly with their parent or their spouse or their partner or whoever, I don't have the full picture. So I'm going to make sure to do a really, as much as realistic as possible, a really thorough assessment at the outset of the interaction of what's actually going on. I'm going to give objective feedback about what I'm hearing as being an issue, and I'm going to ask for their cooperation in addressing that by tying what I'm asking them to do in with what I know to be their goals for that interaction and for their relationship with the identified patient. So I'm really going to pull hard on, I know that you want to see your daughter do well, and I know you've talked about wanting her to feel better. And I want you to know that I'm not asking you to do this to be difficult. And I'm not asking you to do this because I think that she doesn't have her own work to do. I'm asking you to do this because I think it's important and could really help her to stabilize things. I hope that that answers your question and gives a little bit of a frame for how to address those therapy interfering behaviors with people you don't have as much of a relationship with. And I also want to say safety always is going to trump everything. If you got safety concerns, we're going to address those immediately, and we're going to go to those safety protocols that you need to have in place. Regardless of the relationship, it will work itself out. And secondary to that, we're going to build the relationship and assess as much as possible before we intervene. Thank you all so much for a great experience with these trainings. I have really enjoyed this experience. I realize I have another slide here and we're wrapping up. There is such a humongous need in our community for this type of work. And it is so exciting to me to see the number of people who are excited about and willing to engage in learning and teaching DBT, because it can make a huge, huge difference for our patients. And I'm so excited to see the impact that this has on our community at large. I want to encourage all of you to keep learning and to stay curious about DBT and how to apply it in different situations. I want you to recognize as well that sometimes our patients can be our best teachers. And some of the best learning that I've done in DBT has been through those patients that ask the questions where you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know the answer to that. And I tell them that, and I say, you know what, let's look this up, or I'm going to look this up because I'm really curious about that. And we learn together, and then it strengthens my practice as well. Keep practicing the skills, keep reading, and please, please take the time that it takes to set up and start meeting with a consultation team on your own. Thank you all so much for your time and your effort, and good luck with your sessions moving forward.